What's the point in becoming an electrician's apprentice when I can literally just look up how to install electricity into my house despite having no previous experience or no prior knowledge of how to do so? Of course you can use Google for all of this. The only difference is that you need to retain the information so that we know that you truly understand what the problem is and how to solve it. Dude, just admit that you like this and rip off and never hear off. If there's any Gen Alphas who have made it to the end of this video, please listen to what I'm about to say. The reality is, these kids are lying to you. These kids are all being lied to. You want to know what the consequences are of pursuing this lifestyle? You don't actually know what it is. Being $6,000 in debt for paying and doing what you want for that time. So please, enjoy your time because you want the rest of your life to work. So why do you want to watch me do that? Anyways, guys, thank you so much for watching this video. Mwah! I love you all so much, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye, guys!
Versus talent. To be honest, from a holistic view, it's a stupid conversation to be had, but there's been some other branches of talks. In today's video, we'll go over it together. What's up guys, Gambler here, and in today's video, we'll be going over hardworking versus gifted in Jujutsu Kaisen. Not necessarily talent, because that makes the conversation even more brain dead, but using the word gifted actually starts up some interesting talks. So, whose strength in Jujutsu Kaisen is shaped by their hard work, and whose strength is shaped by what they are gifted? Let's find out together. Anyways, make sure to like, subscribe, the most important of them all, enjoy the video. Alright, so let's address the elephant in the room. Gojo told us in chapter 12 that a sorcerer's skill set is about 80% innate talent, and one of the characters we'll be talking about today is literally stated to have 0 innate talent. The reason I bring this up is because it creates kind of a cool conversation when it comes to analyzing other sorcerers. Like, let's take Toto for example. What's his skill set? He has Boogie Boogie, that's innate talent, but what about Symbol Domain? Is that innate talent because he was able to learn it, or is it not because he wasn't born with it? Gojo does seem to put barrier techniques on the other 20%, so it's just something to think about as we get into some of the other sorcerers. How I'll go about this is that I'll bring up a sorcerer, then give my reasoning as to whether or not I think their strength is mostly from their hard work or from what they were gifted. It'll make more sense as we keep going, so to start off, we're going with our main boy, Yuji Itadori. Yuji is gifted. Alright, hear me out because it'll make sense once I explain. It's made super clear that Yuji has no innate talent and that he lacks it because he didn't even learn about Jujutsu until his teenage years. Even after that first example in chapter 12, we got a gag in chapter 258 where Yuji tried to attribute his quick evolution in sorcery to his innate talent, but he shut down mid-sentence by Kusakabe telling him it wasn't. And when you think about it, yeah, Yuji hasn't shown a single ability earned from just his talent, but that doesn't make him hardworking, because despite him not having abilities through talent, he also doesn't have most of his abilities through hard work, at least not to the same extent as what he's gifted. Let's think about all of the abilities Yuji has by the end of the story. He works hard to learn Curse Energy Reinforcement, that I will grant him. We watch him through his little training session with that stuffed animal while watching movies. After that, he's just gifted Divergent Fist because of how unnaturally strong his body is. We obviously find out that it has something to do with Kenjaku and how he was basically born to become a vessel for Sukuna. Then he's literally gifted Subconscious Soul Perception to beat the crap out of Mahito through Sukuna existing. Black Flash though, that, I don't really know where to put that. It's stated to be luck. There's also that one statement that says the sparks of black chose Yuji, but entire thing is confusing, so I won't say too much on that. To be honest, if you really...
Birmingham FC, they got Tom Brady. He's not playing, thank God. Is he allowed to play?
Over the last 4 years, it's been this roller coaster of magic.
We are all dreaming of another promotion.
Can you do it?
Really want to think about it, that's not really part of his abilities. Next thing we see Yuji gain is this ridiculous stat boost for zero reason except what he's gifted from Kenjaku, as Sukuna and Urame literally state. Then during the time skip, it's a whole bunch of BS. Yuji learns blood manipulation from getting gifted his brothers and eating them. He learns reverse curse technique because of the blood manipulation and also his swap training with Yuta, where he just gives him the experience of using it. It's funnier because despite a month of this, Yuji is still almost incompetent with both of those techniques and has to get help from Choso with both RCT and blood manipulation. Then he learns Civil Domain and gets better durability from Kusakabe literally using it in his body. He gets Shrine because Sukuna happened to be in his body, and he uses Domain Expansion because of the barrier techniques he got from Kusakabe. You could even attribute his ability to use Shrine so well to Sukuna because of Kusakabe's statement about Yuji needing to thank Sukuna for his growth. The final nail in the coffin was Yuji trying to lie in Sukuna's face about doing hard work, and Yuta just outright says they've been cheating. Yuji has like one thing from hard work, and that's using Curse Energy Reinforcement. His entire kit is gifted to him. Something I found funny just now is the fact that Yuji has no martial arts training either. When he was walking around cooking people in junior high, it was just because of his monster physicals. I didn't mention this earlier, but his physical strength was was greater than a half-awakened Heavenly Restriction user. It's not even a talk at this point. That boy Yuji gotta give out a whole bunch of thank yous. Gojo Satoru is the next character on the list, and Gojo is hard-working. I know it sounds crazy, right? Gojo is hardworking, but Yuji is gifted. The story literally goes out of its way to say basically the opposite of it. But I disagree. Gojo may have one of the greatest talents in the verse, yes, but the kit he currently has can almost all be attributed to his hard work rather than what he's gifted. So let's start with the gifted side. Gojo was obviously gifted the Limitless technique and the Six Eyes. Those two are ridiculous gifts, and I'm not even going to argue against that. But when you're born with those two, what are you actually given? Gojo wasn't just born with Bloom. He had the Neutral Infinity, which just comes with the Limitless. And that's basically impossible to use without the Six Eyes. It's implied in chapter 16 that the Six Eyes grant Gojo a sophisticated manipulation of curse energy, and that's what allows him to use the Limitless technique. So again, he's really gifted, but outside of a good use of curse energy, what else is he gifted? He's given the ability to read Sorcerer's curse techniques. He's given the ability to read curse energy better than basically anyone else, and he's given soul perception to a certain extent. The most important thing though is his elite top 1 curse energy efficiency. That's the realest gift here. His curse technique reading is limited. We see this with the paper bad guy where he has to see him revert one of the clones for him to realize they can't come back. There's also the fact that Gege says Gojo didn't know the specifics of Toto's curse technique, and so that's why we see him use Hollow Purple so close to him and Yuji. His curse energy reading is cool, I guess. I mean, all it really does over the average sorcerer is allow him to sense things without curse energy like Maki and Toji. So now, let's get into Gojo's kit and why I think he's hardworking. Blue is something Gojo literally says is an amplification of his technique, and at 16 years old, with probably special grade status, admits that it is a difficult technique to use. Then in the same breath, Dude says using a huge field of attraction requires accurate manipulation of curse energy, and even with the Six Eyes, it's still a pain to use. Blue and the use of it before Gojo's awakening is all attributed to his hard work, because he wouldn't even be able to use it, let alone make huge versions of it, if he didn't train his accuracy. Red is something Gojo had literally been training to use for an ambiguous amount of time before we see him in the second year. Again, despite his Six Eyes, and might I mention, his ability to use anything the first time he tries it according to Kusakabe, was unable to use reverse curse technique multiple times, and by extension, Red. This was something we knew he was trying to learn because We even get a flashback of Gojo asking Shoko about RCT and her blabbing out nonsense to gatekeep it. In his dying moments, Gojo says directly that he put everything into trying to learn reverse curse technique, and even then he was only able to use it because he was on the verge of death. Red is literally just him using RCT or positive energy through his curse technique, so that's another thing in this kit attributed to hard work. Purple is a weird case because he just uses it as soon as he learns red, so I don't really know which.
Hey, I know what you're thinking. Hey, Terry's on vacation. That's not true. Because if you're working, then I'm working. So buyers, if you need to get pre-approved, just go to my online application, or you can always just call my cell phone. I've always got it with me. Realtors, you need a specific property pre-approval letter? My laptop's always with me too. Because in this crazy market, if your banker's working banker's hours, you're probably losing deals. We need to talk.
This fall, the NBA is coming home to NBC and streaming on Peacock.
John Test still got it.
Which category to put it in, but he obviously wouldn't be able to use it at all if he didn't get RCT and red through his hard work. Y'all let me know your thoughts in the comments though. Gojo defeats Toji, then we skip 1 year, and Gojo for that 1 year has been working his butt off, making his kit undefeatable. He has fully automatic infinity now through his hard work, and even after the year of training, he still can't distinguish poisonous objects, with him saying it'll take time to learn. He also says that he can almost always have Limitless activated, which kind of implies he eventually gets it fully. During the year of training, Gojo also says he's finally perfecting minimizing the necessary hand size for RCT or his curse technique. He also is training to use multiple reds and blues at the same time, and even after the year, he still needs to get around to his domain expansion and long distance teleportation techniques. I forgot to mention this as well, but Gojo had to train for Falling Blossom emotion as a kid, and honestly, only Gege knows how many other techniques he learned and trained for as a kid in the Gojo family. Gojo's entire kit is from his hard work. There is no cheating like Yuji. There is no someone else in Gojo's body using techniques and that leading Gojo to just getting the technique. It's literally just Gojo and his work. If y'all disagree, let me know why in the comments, but it won't change the fact that Gojo is much
One eternity later.
much more hardworking than Yuji Itadori. Yuta is next in line, and I'm not even gonna lie, this one still kind of confuses me, so my answer can change depending on the day. But today, Yuta is gifted. So let's first understand that like Gojo, Yuta is insanely talented, and he's gifted many things just because he's the descendant of Michizane. The most noteworthy thing is his insane curse energy pool. Only Sukuna surpasses him, and we'll get into him in a second, but no one else even gets close to Yuta's base curse energy pool. Yuta just so happens to have it for some reason. He's not even born into any of the clans, he's just that guy. But there's some other things we'll have to get into that makes me think that the boy is one of the most gifted in the entire series. So as I was making this video, I went to go reread a little bit of JJK 0, and I realized Yuta didn't even learn curse energy. Yuta didn't even learn curse energy like Yuji did. At least Yuji had to learn to flow his curse energy slowly and had that stuffed animal training. Yuta literally has curse energy and manipulates it because of Rika, and he channels it through his sword. The reason that's important is because Gojo says it's one of the most easy to do, so he was gifted that. But the bigger reason why this is important is because Yuta and Rika have a bond. She dies to a car, Yuta curses her, and she becomes the strongest cursed spirit in the series. This is completely unprecedented. Naoya, a grade 1 before death, became stronger after becoming a cursed spirit, but he was still weaker than Rika. Rika was so strong that she threatened Gojo Satoru, at least in JJK 0. Yuta didn't get this through hard work or anything. This is literally a gift given from Gege for no reason. He just happened to gain the strongest cursed spirit in the series. With that cursed spirit, he gained infinite cursed energy. I'm gonna say that again. On top of this ridiculous base cursed energy pool, he gained infinite cursed energy. And before he let Rika go, Yuta had the ability to copy techniques without restraint. This is how he got Inumaki's curse technique out of nowhere back in the prequel. Yuta using curse energy in general is all because of the gift of Rika. But then Rika's curse is lifted and Yuta goes all the way back to grade 4. But then we find out that Yuta not only was gifted Rika again even after the curse was lifted, but he also just takes cursed speech from Inumaki again because Inumaki just let him have his arm. We don't know what training Yuta went through in Africa. He definitely did do a lot of training though, so I won't doubt his hard work in that aspect, but tell me right now what he learned. Not a single relevant thing. In the Sendai colony, we see more stuff that Yuta just has because he's Yuta. He gets an infinite inventory of cursed tools because of the gift of Rika. He has a domain expansion because of the gift of Rika, and it still doesn't even end there. We enter Shinjuku, and Yuta now has better durability through all of their cheating. He has better cursed energy control because of his cheating. He has Jacob's Ladder because he's gifted it. He has Future Sight because he's gifted it. He has Shrine because he's gifted it. Man, what the hell did this guy even work for? Alright, let's be real. He did work for some of his techniques, like Sky Manipulation, the Shikigami thing from Drew, and Genjaku's Body Swap. And then he's gifted Gojo's body from Gojo himself. And because of that, he gets access to even more barrier techniques. And you can even argue he can use Limitless in his own body, considering Kenjaku can use his past body's curse technique. Honestly, it's crazy in numbers, but I do think Yuta worked harder than Yuji because at least Yuta has terrible physicals and learned how to use a sword. Yuji just exists and is as strong as he is now. Sukuna is the reason I never know which place to put Yuta in. Despite Yuta just having an insane amount of gifts in numbers, the way he gets these gifts is what makes it more nuanced to me. Yuta was gifted Rika, we already established that, and the gift of Rika was ridiculous. She turned out to be the strongest cursed spirit. But the way he was gifted was through his connection with Rika, and Gojo even tells Yuta that he had a theory that love creates the most wicked curses, or whatever he said. So yes, again, Yuta was gifted Rika, but he wouldn't have gotten that gift if he didn't have a connection with Rika so strong that Jujutsu could cloud it. You can let me know your thoughts on the nuances in the comments, but to get this all the way back to Sukuna, the things he has can be attributed to things he took without knowing what would happen, like Yuta cursing Rika, but also you can say it was a gift. Sukuna has 4 arms, 4 eyes, and 2 mouths, and he has this because he ate his twin brother in the womb. The thing about this is that Sukuna didn't eat him because he wanted to have a literal perfect body for Jujutsu. He did it because he had the will to survive. He just happened to be born with extra limbs from that brother, and also you can attribute his ridiculous cursed energy pool to that as well. We know nothing about Sukuna's lineage, but he has twice the cursed energy of Yuta. Yuta himself has a ridiculous pool of cursed energy, and we can kind of justify it through him being related to Michizane. But Sukuna himself had the same cursed energy pool as Yuta, and probably his brother did as well, and then he ate his brother and gained his cursed energy pool on top of his. Today, I would classify these as gifts, but maybe my opinion would change on another day. Sukuna is of course born with Shrine, but after that, everything else is his own work, to be honest. He has insane cursed energy and efficiency through hard work. He gets domain expansion. He becomes so good with it, he becomes one of the 2 sorcerers in the entire series to create one with no barrier. He has ridiculous output, and we know that comes from training, as Yuji's output was terrible when he first got Shrine. Sukuna then learned how to become a cursed object, He also learned domain amplification, learned world cutting slash through C, Mahoraga do it. So while yes, Sukuna was gifted a body perfect for Jujutsu and an unnatural curse energy pool, Sukuna is Sukuna because of his skill in sorcery, and I think all of that can be attributed to his hard work. I'm gonna end the video right there. There are a ton of other characters I could have went into, but I don't want to spend 2,000 years of my life editing a 20+ minute video just for it to get 200 views. Anyways, what did y'all think of this video? Let me know your thoughts on if these characters were hardworking or more gifted. Make sure to like and subscribe, and I'll catch y'all in the next one.
Hello and welcome to a brand new series, Build Like an Artist. In this series, we will be covering basic art principles and art skills to help you in your journey to become a pro Minecraft builder. In today's video, I will be covering the #1 skill that I think you need to learn in order to become a better builder in Minecraft. Now, there is so much that we could cover in this video, which is why it's going to be a series and not one video, because it would literally be impossible to cover it all. This first principle is a little bit difficult if you don't have a lot of art knowledge or experience. However, it is without a doubt the most important skill. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about learning how to use reference. Now, what does this mean? In the visual arts, using reference is the practice of using source materials or objects to inspire or inform the artist in the creation of their artwork. Let's break this down. Generally speaking, there are 3 main types of reference. There is same medium reference, different medium reference, and real life reference. Now, medium in art refers to the material that you're using. So, for example, watercolor paints versus acrylic paints versus drawing, like a pencil drawing, versus a sculpture. So, in our case today, our medium that we're using is Minecraft. So, a same medium reference would be maybe another Minecraft build that you saw that really inspires you, or that you really like the block palette. Now, this is great for beginners because if you don't really know how to build in Minecraft, it can be really overwhelming to even know where to place blocks to make it look good. So if you are copying someone else's build, this gives you a great opportunity to just kind of get a feel for it. It's the equivalent of doing a paint by number. The hard work has been done for you, you just have to fill it in. The downside is that you're not, this has a ceiling. You're not really creating this. It's not really your build. You're copying it. So this can be a great learning tool for people, but I think a lot of people get stuck doing this. They get stuck just copying builds, and then they don't know how to make a build on their own that's just as good. So real life reference is pretty self-explanatory. It means that you are using a real life object, building, whatever it is. An example of this would be, let's say you love the Eiffel Tower and you want to maybe recreate it in Minecraft. The pros of this is that you're getting a very realistic source for your images, for your reference. However, the con is that it can be really overwhelming to convert a real life object into Minecraft. There is a lot of detail in real life images, and it's impossible to get that much detail in a block game. And now for the very last type of reference, we have different medium reference. And this one is my favorite for a lot of reasons. So different medium means we're not using Minecraft as reference. We're using a different art form. So my favorite art form to reference is concept art, but you can reference anything. You can reference movies, you can reference video games, you can reference so many different types of art. It's really whatever you want. So for example, let's say you just played Elden Ring and you just absolutely love Elden Ring. You can use that as as your reference and recreate it in Minecraft. One of the really amazing things about using different medium references in Minecraft is that it's already artwork. So you can usually, if you like it, it means it's good artwork. It has been idealized in the proper way. There's probably good composition, good color theory, etc. because the original is made by a professional artist, and your build has the potential to be as good, if not better. The one major downside to using concept art especially is in an age of AI art, sometimes art you find online doesn't actually make sense when you're looking at scale and proportion, and it can be really confusing to dissect those images in a way that makes sense. Also, sometimes artwork can be a little bit too stylized. Maybe you're looking for a more realistic look or a specific feel. Maybe the art that you're looking at is a bit too cartoony or a bit too detailed for what you can actually achieve in Minecraft. So I just want to clarify, using reference doesn't specifically mean that you copy something exactly. It doesn't necessarily mean you're rebuilding something that's identical to your reference. So it's more meant to be an inspiration and a guide when you are creating your artwork. So if we're using the Elden Ring example again, maybe I'm really inspired by this castle from Elden Ring, and I'm also inspired by this block palette I saw on YouTube. And I can also look at real life references of castles to see, what do real castles look like? What types of materials are castles made out of? What do they look like when they're worn down and they've been battered by rain and the elements and all these things? I would argue that the best artists use references from multiple different sources. They don't just copy one specific thing. They use reference as a tool to make their own art, and that's what I'm going to show you how to do today. I'm breaking down how can you use different types of references and how to bring them into Minecraft to build the build of your dreams. Okay, how do you actually use reference? Now that we've gone over what reference actually is, I'm going to show you step by step how to do this in Minecraft. So you have probably / hopefully seen my honey farm video. This is the honey farm here. How did I build this? I used a piece of concept art, and I will put that up on the screen right now. I love this concept art so much, and as you can see, this building from this concept art is giant. It's way too much. I didn't need a build that was this huge for my honey farm. I just wanted something small, but I really loved the shapes and the color in this piece of art. So what I did is I found this photo that I loved, okay? That's step 1. Find your reference that you love. Step 2, crop, cut, edit, whatever you need to do to make this reference work for you. So if you want to build this whole thing, go right ahead, right? Why not? Do whatever makes you happy. For me, I wanted to crop it to just be this little section here because I knew that that was going to be good enough for my needs. Okay, so that's step 2. We edit the reference as needed to make it work for our specific situation. Step 3. Now this step is optional, but I think it's super helpful, especially if you're a beginner. Use a grid overlay. Now there are a lot of ways that you can add a grid overlay to your images. Google search grid overlay or add grid to photo, whatever. Make sure you don't get any viruses, please. I don't want to be responsible for that. There's lots of ways to do this, but the idea is that you use a grid overlay on top of your image to break it down into essentially Minecraft blocks. So how do we do this? First of all, we want to decide the scale. So one of the ways is look at the image and figure out the doors. So that's kind of a weird thing to talk about right now, but look at the size of the doors or the windows. I wanted the doors and the windows to be pretty proportionate, so I just treated each window like it was about 1 block big, right? It's about a square, so we go around 1 block. From there, we have this grid that tells us how big our building is going to be, roughly. It's not an exact science. It's not going to work perfectly every single time because real life is not made up of perfect squares. But it gives you a really, really good baseline. So we're using this grid overlay, and I would just save this photo or even like screenshot it, whatever works for you. And you can play around with this too. Like, so for example, for doors, if I see a door in the image, I'll usually do either 2 blocks tall or 3 blocks tall and kind of see which one works better for me. And from there, I kind of have something to base my scale off of. And especially when you're looking at AI art, sometimes the scale is a bit off. So it's good to kind of tweak it and experiment and see where you can go with it. So in this example, I made the windows 1 block tall, and I went from there. And then it's basically just like math. Like you're just breaking down this image into blocks and making the proportions feel more or less the same. Now this is artwork, so you still have artistic license. You still have the ability to change things to add emphasis where you want it. So for example, in the reference image, right in the front here, there's like 2 sets of windows, and there's this paneling that's happening between them. And I don't have any way of doing that in Minecraft, so what I did is I just created a strip. I just kind of cut it myself. Also in this image, there's 3 windows in these little areas, and I've chosen to do 2 because it kind of kept my proportions right. Like I felt if I went with 3 windows, it made it really long, and I wasn't actually able to get the proportions that I wanted. So you kind of I use the windows as a baseline, but then really I'm looking at the overall height and width and the shape, and then I'm adding my detail in afterward. So the next question is, you have your rough shape, you have your rough outline of your build. What building blocks are you going to use? Now you could look at this and say, okay, I'm going to just make the whole thing, this is like a light beige, so I'm just going to make the whole thing light beige. But when you're looking at the reference, there's actually, it's not just like beige. Like there's some areas with shadow, there's some areas with dirt or rust, whatever these types of colors here are. There's this roof here, which is like a combination of different beigeish, brownish tones. There's all sorts of little details happening here. There's little flakes coming off the window here. We don't have the option of putting this kind of detail in Minecraft. Like it's like the same situation as the paneling. There's nothing that's that fine of a detail. So you want to create an equal sort of visual noise. Now, I honestly, looking back at this build that I made, I think this is a little bit too noisy. I loved it at the time. I still like it, but I think it's a little bit too noisy. And I think it would be better if it was just toned down just a little bit. So this is where it does get a little bit more complicated, because I wanted to create the same kind of visual detail and visual noise that's very difficult to do when you are limited to individual blocks. So one of the ways that I like to do that is by using block variety, specifically color, contrast, that sort of thing. So the next tool that we're going to be using as a baseline is called Hue Blocks. Now, I will leave the link for this in the description. I'm sure you've probably heard of this before. Everyone is losing their minds over this tool, including me, because it is so helpful. However, it is not perfect, specifically because we just don't have every single block color in Minecraft. So if I want this really nice baby blue color and I go and I color pick this, we don't have that color, right? So that's where it gets a bit challenging, and I like to use this as kind of a base, and I tweak it from there, right? I kind of tweak it around. So what I like to do when I'm color picking these reference images is I go from the lightest tone to the darkest tone within one material. So for example, I will color pick this wall here, which is being bathed in this beautiful your shapes, you have your rough blueprint of at least one side of the building, and you have the block palette that you're using. Now you just have to start building, and this is the part that takes practice, and I would say starting creative, especially if you've never really used reference like this before, starting creative. And the really important thing about using reference is to really observe. So I know we're talking about a building in this scenario. It's the same kind of principle as if you've ever, drawn a tree, right? You're like, oh, I'll just draw a tree, and then it looks like this, and it's like, well, I understand that that's a tree, but it doesn't like really look like a tree, and it's probably because you didn't actually look at a tree when you were drawing a tree. So that's kind of what we're doing here. We are drawing a tree. We're drawing this building in Minecraft blocks, and you have to do it in a way where you are going to be sacrificing some detail. You are going to be, it's like you can't draw every single leaf on that tree, just like we can't build every single detail in this reference image, but you can make it feel the same way by using color and contrast and visual noise and these sorts of things. Now, this wouldn't be a building tutorial video unless we did some actual building. So what we'll be doing here is I'll actually be building that example that I showed earlier. We didn't really need to edit it. In this case, I'll be doing some editing on the fly, of course. We have our grid overlay, and I have used Hue Blocks as a kind of rough guide, and I've come up with this block palette to use. I know that the house in the image has this like really nice minty green color, but shy of the copper blocks, we don't really have anything like that. So maybe I'll try to throw this in, but honestly it's too dark, and don't think that we'll be able to blend these two together. So I might just have to include a little bit of minty green somewhere, just because I love the colors so much. So we have everything that we need. The last step is to actually build it. So I've got my grid on my image here. I've decided to go for a 3-block tall door at the bottom, and that should give us quite a lot to play around with. I have not actually built this yet. I don't have this planned out. I wanted a really honest demonstration of working through this technique, because there is a little bit of working through it. So let's just start with the frame. I'm just going to quickly lay this out. So in my reference image, got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 7, probably 8 blocks tall on this one side here. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll go like this, and see how we do with that. And then how wide are we? We go about 8 again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I know the reference image has this little piece sticking out the side here. We might do something like that. We'll see, but I'm just going to focus on the structure for right now. Okay, this piece here is about 5 blocks wide, so we'll do that, and then say about 1 block in. I think we'll have to go maybe 2 blocks in for the rest here. So this is about 2.5 blocks tall. So we'll go like that. Yes, we'll go like that, and then we'll build our roof up from there. And in this example, I am only using 1 reference image just because I feel like that is honestly the best place to start. In practice, I usually use more reference images, and like I mentioned, I'll use some from different sources, but just for today, to make it nice and simple, I'm going to show you how to break one down. Okay, and I think I've changed my mind. I think we do need to break this. We'll just go like this for now. And this section here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks. So this is the equivalent of we're doing a sketch. You need to sketch out your form before you do your detail. It looks like this section might go back by 1, and it's about a block shorter than the roof next to it. So that's a little bit more than the reference image, but I think it will serve us well if we have that separation, if we kind of exaggerate that separation. actually just going to put the door. It's kind of straddling these two areas here, so we're gonna put it here. Why not? Beautiful. And then we also have our door down here, which is about here. And I know a lot of people like to set their doors in, but in this case, with the way that the lighting is, I think it kind of the color gets lost. And that orange is such an important part of this build, that like pop of color. So I'm actually gonna make it flush with the front. And for now, again, this is a work in progress. We're working through this, we're kind of sketching it out, and then adding details later. Now this window is kind of a weird one because it's like 1.5 blocks wide. If I go like this, it looks off with the door because it's like too short. If I go like this, that might work. It honestly doesn't look too bad. It's a bit high though, and when you're in here, you can't really see outside. You know, something like this, but I don't love it. You could do two. You could do two. That doesn't look bad either, right? So we have to work through this. This is kind of a problem. I don't want to say that it's a problem, but it's kind of a problem. So for right now, I think the thing that I liked the most from the outside is maybe this one, the roof end for this one first. So again, these balconies are kind of straddling 2 blocks. So I'm just going to make it 1 block and we'll see how we do with that. I think that looks pretty good. We've got a little door in here. I'm just going to throw in a door. Oh, these copper doors are so beautiful. Yeah, let's, why not? Let's use a copper door. It's feeling fancy. Oh, that's beautiful. And you know what else we have happening here is we actually have a little bit of, it's not like a block shape. It's got a little bit of a lip, and that I think is perfect. Okay, and then to continue that lip, because if we go too boxy with this, it's going to look strange. So if we do that, do you see the difference between that and this? This looks so blocky. And yes, we're following the reference, but the reference is giving us this really beautiful shape here, and we're just completely losing it here. So you can find creative ways to bring that shape back and just to make it look a little bit nicer. I'm going to go like that. I think that kind of evens it out a little bit, and then we get that swoop effect that is so nice. Okay. I think this is better, and it is a little bit different than the reference, but it's giving us this kind of shape, right? If we're looking at this from down here, which the reference we kind of are, it's flattening that roof a bit, and in order to get that effect, I think we needed that little bit of depth. Okay, we also have a little window right here, and what was scaffolding trick doesn't usually look that good when it's just a 1 block window. I don't know about that. We'll just leave it blank for now. That's honestly one of the hardest things to do. I might end up using a gate, and we're just missing a little bit of that depth around the outside, so that's horrible. I hate that. And I know in the reference we have a window here. I would have to bring this out an extra block, which we might do actually. I don't dislike it. It kind of suits the style. We can also pop that down like that. Ooh, I think I like that a bit better. Ooh, I think I just had an idea. Oh, look at that bad boy. I love him. I think I want this to be 2. And again, we're kind of losing that color, so we might do this instead. And then something else that we can do is this. we're adding detail. We're adding detail that's not there, is because we don't really have the option of adding that depth. So we can see in the reference, the balcony on this side is just slightly lower than the balcony on this side, and the way that I'm going to achieve that here by using trapdoors. And that gives us that slight stagger. And something else that I'm paying attention to here when I'm looking at this reference is not just color but texture as well. So these walls, we haven't textured this section yet, but these walls on the reference are very smooth. And then this little wooden area on the right here has that paneling. So I'm going to use spruce planks for this. See how that looks. And then immediately we're getting some texture happening here, this like texture difference. I think that's looking pretty good. I know in the reference it's a little bit higher. I almost want to bring it down a block. Is that better? I think that might be a little bit better. It's hard to say. We'll leave it for now. We'll leave it. This is kind of a tricky one because what I would want to do in this situation is have two maybe long windows, but I can't do that without sacrificing the symmetry. What if we did this? I think it's too much. It'll look like windows, but it'll be, yeah. Okay, I think that's the most successful one. So this area is a little bit daunting. So we're gonna wait till the end. We're gonna wait a little bit on that area, and I'm gonna start bringing my texture into my wall now. Like I said, I usually do this a little bit earlier, but I feel like when you're starting out, the most important part is getting the bones right. It's sort of going from this like really pale beige to this green color. And again, we don't have the green, so I'm just gonna work my way down from this really pale quartz pillar down to this birch. So we are getting a little bit of that color, but I'm also trying to be aware of where the colors are actually happening. So you'll notice there's a little bit of a green, like a darker patch right here. And we also have, in the reference image, we have this shadow here. Now we do have the shadow here because of shaders, but what if I didn't have shaders? I want to keep that in mind. What if I didn't have shaders? You can add that depth in with a different, like a slightly darker color, and then you go in with your really bright color, and you're almost painting in that shadow. So that's what I'm doing here. And then we go a little bit darker. It starts to transition. It's also not a straight across transition. You can see it kind of angles. Bring my darker mushroom stem in again and start texturing like this a little bit. And then same thing with here. We've got this shadow down here. The bottom is kind of dark, but then we get this little pop of light right here. Maybe just transition this just a little bit better. And there we go. That is one of the ways that you can add texture in. I'm looking at the shadows, I'm looking at the colors. I've got, my darker areas here. Okay, I changed a couple little things. I took away one strip of blocks here and I switched this to oak. At this stage, we're in the detail stage. I would say it's just looking a little bit lifeless and we need to spruce it up a little bit. So we're gonna just start adding in some of this greenery because I feel like it is a really important part of this building. It's one of the reasons why it looks so good. And we'll add maybe a couple of pots. I don't like this because this is blocking that door. Here's another cute trick that you can do. So you can kind of see in the reference image that there's some greenery poking through this. We can't really do that. So I'm gonna delete it and add a little bit of vines, and then it kind of looks like the greenery is poking through. It's kind of a hack. But from a distance, I think it really works. Now, something that I don't like that's happening is we've got a lot of vertical lines happening. So we've got like green and we've got like flower pots. So to break this up, I'm gonna remove this. I'm actually going to put it right here. And then suddenly that is so much more interesting because we've got this kind of, it's a different line. It's not just straight and across. Bush right here, and then we're also going to add a bit of grass around. It's hard to see in the reference, so we'll just do that and then kind of see. We've also got some sort of weird ladder thing here. I don't know what that's supposed to be, but we can add a detail that's similar. So we can try an actual ladder and see how it looks. I think that looks kind of good, actually. I was gonna say we could also do maybe one of my favorite blocks to use is like the loom or the chiseled bookshelves, because these add so much detail, and you could, in theory, go like that. And that also looks pretty interesting, or like this as well. Oh, I think that one might be my favorite. What if we do that and then we add that on top? Ooh. Oh, I like that. I don't know what it's supposed to be, but it looks cool, doesn't it? And it's kind of the same thing as the reference. It's like, I don't know what that's supposed to be, but I like it. Also, there's some sort of weird thing that juts out. I think we... How does that look? Ooh. We could try a trapdoor instead. I think this was better. Yeah, I like that. I don't know. I think that's pretty cute. Okay, we also have some sort of hanging thing on the end here. Yes, look at that. I don't know what that's supposed to be, but it looks good. I also kind of like the idea of doing that. No, I changed my mind. I don't like the idea of doing that. Okay, so another thing that we have going on is we have this like weird little shelf thing here. Fortunately, I don't think we have anything like that, but what I can do is I take this material that I have for the wall and we go like this. Something else that I'm noticing here that's important is there's like a pipe. It's like a pipe going down like that, and then also some pipes here and like some pipes going around like that. So the closest thing we have to that is probably going to be iron bars. And let's just what is that? I think that looks pretty good, actually. Something else the reference has that we don't have is this like wash station. So let's quickly see if we can make something that looks good. So one thing that I don't like is this kind of raw edge. So I'm actually going to use some it's hard to see in the reference, but it kind of looks like maybe like a tile or something. So if you count out, it just makes it look too busy. I feel like that gets the that gets it across. The one thing that we hadn't really done is texture the roof at all. There is that little highlight happening in the reference image that I really wanted to capture. So I just added a little bit of variation there. So with all that said, I think we can call this one done. This is, I hope this illustrated what I mean when I say that you can really turn anything into a build in Minecraft. And the process just takes a little bit of time, but you end up with something that's completely yours. This was a little on the nose. We did try to copy the reference as closely as possible, and there's nothing wrong with doing that, especially when you're learning. In fact, when you're starting, I would recommend using maybe just 1 or 2 references, and then as you build your skill level, you can move on to creating things that are a little bit more original. But I'm still really happy with how this turned out, and I hope you are too. I hope that you enjoyed this, and I'm hoping that I gave you a relatively clear idea of how you can do this yourself with any image. More examples of reference images that I used in this world is our beautiful nether portal here. I'm sure many of you probably recognize what this is based off of. It's based off of this image here of Petra. Everybody knows Petra, I think. Like, at least anybody who's watched Indiana Jones knows what Petra is. So I took this reference image of Petra and I made it out of sand instead of out of this like dark terracotta color, but I also included some texture because I wanted to. I don't know. Is it too much texture? Probably. I could have done a little bit better, but I honestly still love it. And this is another example where I used the grid method. I plotted out my size, but if you look at this reference image, you'll see what I'm talking about here with the windows and the door situation. These people are tiny. So if I assume that these people are the size of a Minecraft character and I build my grid, this building is like hundreds of blocks tall. And that's not what I wanted to do here. I wanted to make it a little bit more reasonable, just a little bit smaller scale. So I actually just adjusted my grid. So you adjust your grid to make it more of the proportions that you want. So my grid would have looked something more along these lines, and then I can see, okay, this pillar is about a block wide. This door is about 3 blocks wide and you know 5 blocks tall or whatever it is. And from there, you're really just choosing blocks. And I chose my block palette and I kind of filled it in based off of some other reference images I had of wear and damage. Another spot that I used a reference image is, it's kind of tricky to see because this building is blocking it, but I used this reference image for this part of my build. You can see, you know, we've got the red square, we've got these kind of neutral tones, and I made some changes, right? That part up there is pink because the cherry wood came out and I really wanted to use it. And over here, you know, I'm using like copper and all sorts of things that aren't in the original, but I did use it as a reference for my shapes, and I went from there. So reference is just meant to be a guide. It's just meant to be, okay, these are kind of my bones of my building. How am I going to make this in Minecraft, and how am I going to make this my home? Now, before you all come for me in the comments, what happens if you try this and you suck? That's okay. And to be honest, it's expected. If you are brand new to doing this, it's the equivalent of me showing you a picture of a hand and telling you to draw it. It's hard. It's really, really hard, you guys. But it is like the most important skill for being a great artist, is being able to look at a reference and draw it. Realistically, all you need to be able to draw that hypothetical hand is a little bit more art knowledge and art skills to back this new skill that you are now developing, which is looking at reference. There is just so much that you still need to learn, and this is just the beginning of your journey. So if you are practicing this and you find that you are struggling, one of the issues that you're probably facing is color saturation. Choose reference that is kind of a grayscale already, or at the very least neutral colors to start. Or if you are going off of something really colorful, convert your reference images to black and white, since we pretty much have every shade between white and black, and you'll be able to focus on the actual structure, the actual shapes and the contrast of the build instead of the color. The colors at the end of the day don't matter as much. Like my reference image, that was beige, and I chose pink, and you know what, it works, but it's because it's kind of that same lightness quality that it's working. If that were neon pink, it might clash with the super vibrant red. That is going to be it for this video. I really hope it was helpful. I know that this is a really difficult skill to learn, and I will be posting more videos in this series to help you in your journey to becoming a pro Minecraft builder, but I felt like I would not be doing this series justice if I didn't start with this skill, because it truly is the most important skill that you can start developing right now. If you have any questions, any tips for your fellow builders, or any suggestions for me for future videos, please leave a comment below. I love to read all your comments, and I love you guys, and I will see you in the next one. Peace.
Febreze. When you host, your bathroom can feel like a revolving door. Keep things fresh with Febreze Bathroom. It's an outlet-free air freshener that fights odors for 45 days. So even after every flush, you know your bathroom smells amazing.
It might just look like a big room full of books, which, you know, it kind of is, but it's so much more. Complete with entire villages, complex farms, whatever the heck this thing is, even real books written by you guys. It's clear that there is more to this than meets the eye. In this video, I create a living and breathing entity, highlighting not just the story of this Minecraft world, but that of multiple worlds, spanning over more than a decade. It's a return to Minecraft's oldest memories, a journey of over 100,000 blocks, and a story of one man trying to figure out what the heck he's doing. It's also my basement, so like, yeah, I need something to go down here. You see, for the last 5 months, I have exiled myself on the outskirts of this Minecraft world. And I told myself that I cannot return home until I finish this base. Now, I've already built this massive thing. I really could have stopped here. Probably should have, to be honest. But alas, my basement looks like this. Yeah, I've got some work to do. And just like that, the area is mostly prepped. Except for this box, which currently houses all of my villagers. So this'll be fun. Thank you guys for your service, but you are no longer of use to me. I'm kidding, don't worry. I built a landing pad, they're fine. And considering that these poor guys have spent their entire life cooped up inside of boxes, I think it's time that we change that. I'm just kidding, yeah, they're in a box again. You have my word, though, that by the end of the video, they will have a proper home. Maybe. Now the last thing to do is move this beacon, and it looks like the center is right here. There we go. And now I just need to rebuild it a little bit lower. Man, look how much space there is down here. Oh, I just did a flip. That was cool. And before we can actually begin building, we need to first gather some materials, starting in the nether. Okay, yep, that is a ghast. Now, ironically, in the 5 months that I've been out here, I have yet to find a single warm forest biome, which is exactly long actually. And on the way home, I will grab some bone blocks because honestly, I can always use the bone meal. You see, the main items that I'm after right now are the warped hyphae and the planks. And to get those easily, I can actually just come over here to the tree farm I built a few episodes ago, replace the crimson nylium with warped nylium, bone meal the fungus, and then start collecting. Now I'll just need some blackstone, some basalt, and a bit of moss before heading back to the nether for some soul soil, which will be turned into soul torches and then soul lanterns. And now we can start building. I'm scared. I don't know what I'm doing. But what I do know is that I want the build to have a central staircase leading to the upper levels. So I guess we'll start with the outside pieces like so, adding in some stairs in between, making sure to leave this middle section open. And then I will just kind of continue layer by layer until we connect these into one staircase at the top. And there we go. It's actually looking pretty good. Now eventually it's going to continue its way up along each side. But before I do that, I want to extend a platform here going into this wall. Now, I'm already starting to realize that this build is going to be rather complex, so to stay on track, I'm going to break this up into a series of unique phases, starting with phase 1, which I'm calling automation. You see, I want this library to serve as more than purely an aesthetic art piece, and to do that, I'll need some things working in the background, which is exactly why I'm digging out this massive room going into the side of this wall. I also never say no to building a secret layer. It's arguably my favorite thing to do in this entire game. Now, the most important thing any secret layer needs is a cool entrance, which is why I'm currently fixing my bee farm to actually give me honey blocks. Okay, that should do the trick, I think. Maybe. I'll also need 30 slime blocks, and since I only have 3 right now, I'm really hoping this cave will have some for me to kill. Alright, no luck here, which means I have to resort to plan B. And now we just wait for nighttime. I have to admit, it's not the safest thing I've ever done, but I gotta say, this is a pretty good way of getting quick slime balls. And after about 10 minutes, I have all the slime I'm going to need. And after crafting some more redstone components and gathering a bit of obsidian, the good news is that all I need now are the honey blocks. The bad news is that the bee farm isn't producing any honey blocks, so yeah, I guess this is what happens when I do things on my own. Okay, so if we just remove these, that will allow us to access the slope of the secant.
And using that derivative, we can determine the rate of change of honey from these silly little bees.
Which just so happens to be directly proportional to the rate of change at which the universe is rapidly expanding. And then we just factor in the bees' relative velocity, which happens to be very close to the speed of light, meaning they're aging much slower than you or I, and by the time one day passes in Bee-land, all of us will be nothing more than piles of dust and ashes.
Alright, yeah, I think the bee farm works now. So yeah, it's safe to say that I won't be using my own design for this redstone door. Instead, I'll be building one from our Lord and Savior, Mumbo. You know, just to ensure I don't make any more mistakes. Okay, yep, I already messed it up, so I gotta tear the whole thing down and try again. Okay, yep, that's not right either. Alrighty, 3rd time's the charm. Let's wire this up, and yes! It actually works! Oh my god! That was mildly annoying, but now it's just a matter of filling in the sidewalls. Yep, I broke it again. This has been a nightmare, dude. Okay, so this time I'll use glazed terracotta, since slime and honey don't stick to it as far as I know. Ah, yes, it still doesn't work. So the door finally opens and closes without any real hiccups, which means now it's time to install the pressure plate system to trigger it, as well as a cool archway. Boom, science. As you all know, the fundamental rule of all secret layers is that they must look cool. So before I get working on anything functional, I want to get a good aesthetic built in here. Now, I'll be honest, I'm completely winging this, but I think first it would look really cool if we install an alternating pattern with spruce and dark oak wood before going through and stripping all of them. Oh yeah, that looks so nice. And after installing the pressure plates on the other side and praying that they work, God, dude, oh my goodness, I'll go through and build a nice little archway on the inside as well. Now for the ceiling, I'll use some dark oak slabs, some polished blackstone, and finally some more black stained terracotta for a bit of color. It's definitely giving more evil layer than secret layer, so you know what? Evil layer it is. I'm cool with that, honestly. Now over here along this back wall, I want to get started with the first farm. which is going to be a very simple villager breeder. And just to be safe, I'm going to take 2 of my current villagers, use them to make 2 new babies, and then use those children to power the farm. That does not sound good the more you listen to it. Anyways, while I build up the breeder, which was designed by Logical Geek Boy, by the way, let me take some time to explain why I need this in the first place. You see, 5 months ago, when I made the journey out here, the first thing I did was absolutely decimate this village for all of its resources, leaving the villagers cooped up inside of this box. And even though I've since vowed to give them a proper home one day, they just keep getting moved from one box to another box. I think this is the 4th box, or is it the 5th? I'm not really sure. And that's where this breeder comes in. You see, the plan is not only to give these guys a proper home, but to create an entire civilization, an empire, a life of freedom, all within the walls of this underground library. Except for you 2. Yeah, you guys gotta stay here and give me babies. Sorry. Yes, a baby! Go on, my friend. You are the future. Okay, so I have a way to get tons of villagers, but now I need a way to get a bunch of bookshelves, because after all, this is a library, which is exactly why the next item on the list is a wheat farm. I can explain. You see, with enough wheat, I can breed inhumane amounts of cows, slaughter them for the leather, and use that leather to make bookshelves. But since I don't really want to continually harvest my beautiful wheat fields, and let's face it, I'm lazy, I'm instead going to make a fully automatic wheat farm down here. I'm out of slime again, and it still looks like this cave is not showing any promise, so I guess I have to head back out to the swamp. But this time, I will be smart about it. Whew, okay, I got 10 pieces. And I guess I will build a portal right here on this floating island, and there we go. Also, can I just take a moment to look at these 2 jungle biomes? They've got to be the smallest biomes that I have ever seen in Minecraft. What even is this? Now I just have to wait for nighttime. Now that all the materials are collected, it's time to prep the farm area. Now, the actual size of the wheat fields doesn't really matter, so the plan is to dig out a big room and then have 2 layers to increase efficiency. Also, my beacon doesn't reach over here, and instead of just moving it like a normal person, I am flying out here, getting haste 2, and then digging for 10 seconds until it runs out, and then I repeat the whole process. Why am I like this? Okay, that's the first layer done. Now onto layer number 2. There's really not much to say at this point. I'm basically just planting in giant wheat fields right now. I'm also starting to wonder, like, am I wasting my time on this? I mean, I've already spent 2 hours gathering materials and digging out these rooms, and I could have just spent that time getting wheat. Also, I still need seeds to plant the fields in, so either way, I'm doomed to harvest those fields. Oh well, moving on. Now, I've intentionally left these back sections open because this, oh boy, this is where the magic will happen. It's also the part where my brain stops working, which is exactly why I'm following this tutorial from One Last Lemon. And while I can't tell you how this thing works, what is this? I am excited to announce that it is finally moving day for the villagers. Take the seeds and go to your new home. Thank you. And now I'll just need some allays, which is why I'm traveling thousands of blocks in search of a villager outpost. Finally, oh my god, that took way too long. Hey guys, how you doing? 'Tis but a scratch. I'm really hoping that getting you guys home won't be too difficult. First thing I'll try is to fly with you. Okay, yep, flying doesn't seem to be working. Unfortunately, walking doesn't seem to be going too well either. Alright, well, we will do it the hard way. And once we get you guys home and safely put away inside of a box, we can just play your favorite song so you'll multiply, and then move you into the farm. And it doesn't work. Cool. I'll be honest, I really don't know why the farm's not working, but what I do know is it's 99% sure my fault, and after spending the rest of the afternoon messing around with it, it's finally at a state where I can say it's kind of working. With things finally going on in the background, I think it's time we begin phase 2, which involves building up the actual library. The first thing I want to do is extend this staircase up to what will eventually this side. Now I just want to outline some of the upper floor, add in some basalt for detail, and also add a railing with these warped trapdoors. And before I get too carried away, I think we can add some moss on either side here with more dark oak, which will let us have these gardens on either side of the layer entrance. Sorry, sir, but you can't see this yet. So far, the front section is actually looking pretty good. However, the plan is to have this upper circle go all the way around. So the first thing I'll do is just outline what I think a rough shape should be with dirt. Now, it's important that I take some time to get this right and make sure it's not just like completely flat and boring. Right, that's the first half done, which I think looks pretty good. Now let's just build up the other half. And there we go, the entire outline is complete. Now we can go through and build this in a series of steps. Starting with the spruce around the outside, adding in the basalt, which I have to do this weird line maneuver to place. Yeah, I didn't think that one through. After that, I can go through adding in a railing, filling in the floor, and there we go, the upper floor is installed. Also, quick wheat farm check. It's actually kind of working, so that's cool. However, it's not working that great. So I'm going to tear down this other half and replace it with a cactus farm, since I will need a lot of green dye for this one. The idea I'm having is to build a series of archways up here to house the bookshelves. And then we can go through and texture in some moss, green terracotta, and mangrove wood, which from a distance makes it look all old and overgrown, which I kind of like. And about 1 hour later, all of the archways are in. Now it's just time to add in the bookshelves, which will go in the gaps here. So, PETA, if you're watching, now might be a good time to click away. Sorry for killing your parents. My bad. And after gathering resources to make more bookshelves, I'm officially 25% complete with the upper section. This is when I realized the mistake that I made. You see, going into this, for some reason, I thought that wheat would be the bottleneck in making all of these bookshelves. You know, hence why I built that entire wheat farm. But it turns out getting enough cows for leather and sugarcane for paper is the true problem here. Because yeah, all of these guys are still babies. So here's the plan. I will turn this area above the cactus farm into another can have a bookshelf trade. Hang on a second. Am I being dumb again? Yep, I'm being dumb. I really don't know how I've been playing Minecraft for over a decade and I just remembered that. But what I do know is that this villager breeder has been working overtime. Now I think if I put some water here, that should push them to the front and allow the minecart to pick them up. And then we just send them to their temporary holding cell. It's box number 6. I think that 6 of these guys should be good. No, dude. Oh man, that just hurts. And it's pretty simple. We just put a lectern down, and if they sell bookshelves, we buy it. If not, we break it and try again. Now the real secret here will be to find a zombie. Aha, here we go. Oh, I think he's stuck. Hang on, let me help. Come this way, buddy. I've got some people I'd like for you to meet. Okay, scratch that. There's only 5 villagers. Now that they've turned, it's just a matter of throwing a weakness potion, giving them golden apples, and waiting for them to convert back into villagers. And after repeating that process a few times, we have bookshelf trades for 1 emerald apiece, my friends. And bam, the upper section of the library is officially done. And I wish that I could say it's coming along nicely, but I still have to build the entire lower section. And while in the past I've done a lot of building without any planning whatsoever, this is not what that video is about. So I've taken the liberty and done a bit of designing in my creative world, and I've made a list of every material I will need to finish this part of the build. So yeah, let's get collecting. So to start things off, I need some smooth stone. So first I'll go ahead and chuck a bunch of this stone into my super smelter. And while that's going, I'll collect some stripped dark oak wood. Now, I don't know why I just realized, but it's way faster to strip it while chopping it down initially. I feel like I'm a bit of a noob for that, but anyways, moving on. Now, if you thought bookshelves were annoying to get before, I will need about 3 times the amount for this next part. So yeah, that's fun. I'll also need blackstone, moss, chiseled bookshelves, and a bunch more clay for terracotta. I am really doing a number on these rivers, you guys. Now I'll fortune up a bunch of this copper, toss that into the smelter, craft that into cut copper, and space it out around here to start aging. Ooh, how riveting. But not as riveting as me collecting mud the manual way like a peasant. Oh, that's lovely. I forgot. I already got a bunch of that earlier in the episode. Woo! So I'm realizing now that copper takes way longer to age than I first realized. So I think what I'll do is head out here and and I actually saw this trick where apparently if you build a mangrove box for yourself, hi there, once you emerge, yeah, all of your copper should be aged. That was a dumb bit, I'm sorry. Moving along, I now want to head out in search of a coral reef because I think that it would look super cool to use some of that in a central pond area. Okay, hang on, this is not a coral reef, but I'm gonna want to come back here. Oh, and would you look at that? Coral reef is basically right next to it. And after collecting up a bit of dirt to craft into coarse dirt and grabbing the rest of this copper, it's finally time to begin building. So the first thing I think we need is a pillar to support this upper balcony. Yeah, I think that'll work. And the idea here is that in each of these little pockets, I'm calling this a pocket, we can put a different color wool. And think of these like different genres of books that you'd find in your library. And then using blackstone, we can kind of build an archway like so, and fill in the rest with bookshelves. And I gotta say, I am really loving how this is coming together. What I'm not loving, however, is this floor. It's really ugly. So to start things off, I'll outline the pathways with mossy stone brick slabs. And as far as the pathways themselves, I'm thinking that just smooth stone would look really good. I don't really want these paths to be anything that draws your eyes away from the bright and vibrant library. But for the middle section here, just completely forget what I just said because I want to turn this into a fancy pond. Oh, and would you look at that? There's literally a bunch of water right below here. Yeah, this should make filling in this bad boy a breeze. Now eventually I'll figure out the shape, but for now I want to go in with a layer of oxidized copper since this is touching water after all, followed by a layer of jack-o'-lanterns, even more copper, and polished salt. Sorry pal, but pool's closed. Now we'll just cover the floor with some dirt before filling in the rest of the water. Also, I guess the water that was already in here was not helpful because now I'm having a heck of a time making all of these water source blocks. Like, I swear normally these would just all fill in on their own, but they're not for some reason, and it's driving me crazy. My sanity aside, now we need a staircase to be able to walk in and out of the pool. Correction, we need 3 staircases apparently. And finally, it's time to address this middle section. So I'm thinking we dig a hole right here, put some water in, and then have it flow into the pool, almost like it's supplying the entire area with its water, which is cool, but you know what would be even cooler is adding in a bunch more detail. So I'll go through now with some trapdoors to cover the jack-o'-lantern, a bit of soul soil, mud, and coarse dirt on the floor, some sea pickles for lighting, a few pieces of coral for that color, and lastly some kelp because I wanted to. And it's looking really good, but while I was building this, I had an idea that I just can't get out of my head, and it involves heading all the way back out here to the Mushroom Island. Well, actually below it, because I think the pond needs some axolotls. Okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 5 should be good. Also, can we just take a moment to look at how big this lava lake is? Like, what is this, dude? And I shall name you guys Paolo, Abraham, Rosa, Ollie, and Harold. So at this point, the main library build is nearly done, except these gardens in the back are still completely empty. So I think on the lower section here, I'll just add in some torch flowers. You can't really go wrong with these bad boys. Now, as for these back sections, though, I'm thinking a custom cherry tree on either side will tie the area together perfectly, before finally adding in a back trim with some composters and mangrove leaves, as well as some bamboo. And with that, I think we can finally say that the main library build is complete. More importantly, that means we can finally start working on phase 3 of this project, which involves giving these villagers a proper home. Oh my god, I did not realize how many of you were here. Okay, yep, that's it. You guys are cut off. No more babies for you. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is install some fences around the villagers to keep them safe, because they're going to actually require more space than the library currently provides. And to get more space, I think I'm going to start digging into this wall, actually. Now, you'll notice that I'm filling in the walls here with the chiseled bookshelves instead of regular ones, and there's actually a reason for that. apart from looking cool, chiseled bookshelves can hold individual books. More specifically, these book and quills, which you can write whatever you want in. And that's where you guys come in. You see, apart from this being a massive project, it's also a very special one to me, because this is episode 25 in this hardcore series. And lately I've been feeling quite nostalgic and just kind of reflective on this world and everything we've accomplished over the last 2 years. Not even just in game, but like in life, I guess. You see, creating Minecraft videos has been a dream of mine ever since I knew that it was a thing you could do. And this hardcore world has allowed me to do not only that, but somehow turn it into my career. Because for any of this to happen, that means my videos, or my builds, my hilarious jokes, definitely not that one, something had to resonate with all of you. So instead of just sitting here thinking about my favorite memories from this journey, I asked you guys to share some of yours. So these chiseled bookshelves will allow me to quite literally fill this library with real memories and real stories from all of you. In fact, my end goal is to fill this entire thing with comments from you guys. But let's start small. After all, my villagers are still homeless. And the first set of villagers to move are these librarians. Now, I know what you're thinking. A holding cell isn't really any more humane than a box. It's actually less humane. And to that I say, yeah, you're right. But I really needed somewhere for these guys to go, so I'm sorry. And I've been reading all of your comments about your favorite builds from the series so far, and I think it would be really awesome to use this library as a place to recreate some of those old memories, just with a new twist. And one of the most commented builds by far was our old underground base, which was called the Undergrowth. Now, the basic premise of the base was that it was a series of underground tree roots connecting through various tunnels. So I think we'll just go ahead and start digging out a massive area through this doorway and recreate a version of that base over here. Now, this should be a pretty straightforward process as long as I don't run into any water caves. So why can't anything be easy for me? Oh, hey, what's up, Alaise? I guess I'm freeing you guys, so have a good life. And now that the water is finally gone, I can start clearing out a big tunnel through here, making sure to keep the villagers safe for the time being. And for now, I'll give myself a flat area to work with, and then I'll go through outlining what I think I want the rough shape to be. And believe me when I say this room is going to be very large. So I'll continue digging on the opposite side of the villagers over here and wrap it all the way around. Next up, I'll go through and carve out the shape of the ceiling just a little bit, and I guess the villagers are free now. Also, they're under attack. How fun! See, this is what happens when you run away from home. So, I'll just put you back in your box for now. Already, there's so much room for activity in here, but we're not even close to being finished. And before I keep digging, I want to start getting a block palette in. Now, initially, I used oak logs, but I think just adding a slight twist with dark oak here instead would work pretty good. And my favorite thing about this base is just how darn easy it is to build. I literally just spam dark oak logs all over the place, and then go through dotting in random pieces of dark oak planks and moss all around, until you're left with this, which honestly looks okay right now, but will look way better the more that we keep building with it. And I'm glad I didn't make the floor any lower, because I can barely reach the ceiling as is. And I'm also realizing just how much dark oak this is going to require. Like stupid amounts of dark oak, okay? But as we continue expanding the blocks from the ceiling along to the walls, you can really see how the effect is beginning to take shape. And the last thing this needs is some leaves scattered throughout, which really brings the whole thing together and adds that tree vibe. I feel like I'm back home already. This is so cool, you guys. But what's not cool is just how much digging I still have to do, because this is just the ceiling area. It's going to be way bigger in here. There's something just so peaceful about insta-mining for long periods of time. I swear it just puts me in this like relaxed state. I feel like my brain is always going a million miles an hour, so just hearing the stone break, it just kind of calms things down. And then I can just chill and put on some music or a podcast and honestly just vibe. So I've been working on the area here for a few hours, and it's coming along nicely, but I think a staircase here at the entrance would make sense, and it doesn't need to be anything really all too fancy, just kind of a way to get me up and down out of here. There we go, that should do. Now we can go ahead and continue our expansion, this time adding in a little bit of a slope so it's not completely flat and boring. Oh yeah, dude, that is so much better. It does mean, however, that it's time to fill in the floor, so it's back to placing in a bunch more dark oak wood. There we go, you guys, and just like that, the Undergrove is officially rebuilt. And now that we have this space cleared out, we can go through and mark off areas to build more of your guys' favorite things. And for the next one, we have to go way back, all the way to the very first episode of the series where I transformed the spawn village. Now luckily the block palette is really simple for this. For starters, I'll just need some spruce wood. After that, I'll need some snow, which I can conveniently find right on these mountaintops. Hold up, did that horse just get yeeted off the mountain by the goat? Why would you do that? Anyways, after gathering more bits and bobs, I think we are good to begin building. The first house will go right here. Now, I remember building these initially and having a super hard time getting them right, but now they just kind of come together pretty easily. I guess that's what happens when you build for 2.5 years straight. All right, there's one house, house number 2, number 3, and number 4. This one looks pretty bad because it's on a diagonal, but that's okay, I guess. And then we can just go through and connect everything together with these deep slate pathways, add in some mossy rocks for more detail, and even give each house a super simple interior. And there we go. I just built a pretty nice looking village in like 20 minutes. There were also a bunch of comments referencing many of the farms that I've built in the series, and while I'm not going to be building any more of them in this video, I do have a pretty cool idea to revamp one of the farms I built a long time ago. And it's going to go right here. You see, way up on the surface, I have this iron farm that I built, and it's just kind of always running in the background, but I never really get to see it because it's outside of the village wall. So I was thinking we could dig a massive tunnel, reroute all of the golems that spawn all the way down into our base. That way we can at least see the farm in action. And yeah, I was not kidding when I said that this would be a massive tunnel. And I believe, like, right here should line up with the killing chamber I built. Yeah, it does. Cool. Excuse me, sir, if you don't mind, I'll just, yeah. The last thing this needs is some water streams. And after having a bit of trouble getting the golems to round the corners, I think we're pretty much good. Okay, yep, he's mad. And he is fast. I'm out of here. Now, once we install the lava, the iron farm is officially rerouted. Bro, this is so much cooler than what it was before. I also feel kind of bad watching him burn right in front of me. Oh well. But I might as well get used to this feeling, because what I'm about to build is way worse. Honestly, it's kind of twisted. So firstly, it's going to require me to dig out a rather large area. Right about here should be good. Now, in terms of the decoration, I'll just blend it in to meet the similar aesthetic that we've been using. And I'll also add some dripstone to the ceiling, because why not? Now, I'm aware this is probably bad karma, but the idea I'm having is to build what I'm calling a mob merry-go-round torture device. Basically, it's an endless chamber for hostile mobs to be stuck in. And once the water is in, I pretty much just have to install the elevator and this thing is ready for use. Now, as if torturing a bunch of creepers and zombies wasn't bad enough, now I'm going through adding in these little pods, and what I can do is route a super long highway from them up to the villager breeder. Oh, you guys are gonna like this. And then boom, we have spectators. Look, I hate creepers as much as the next guy, but even this feels a little bit messed up. Oh well, I've already committed. And speaking of creepers, now let's try and find some hostile mobs for this thing. I will call you Hash Brown. No, don't blow up, don't blow up. And if we're careful, we should be able to lead you right here into the torture chamber. Okay, I guess he'd rather be dead than inside of this contraption. Honestly, don't blame him. We have cheeseburger, McNuggets, hot fudge sundae, McDouble, strawberry banana smoothie, McChicken, Oreo McFlurry, who keeps trying to shoot me, please stop, double quarter pounder with cheese, Big Mac, Filet-O-Fish, please stop shooting me again, and lastly, sorry, our ice cream machine is broken. Now, it looks like the skeleton's actually drowned. Cowards. But as for the rest of you, welcome to the fun zone. Now, because we name tag them, they shouldn't despawn, meaning they'll basically be stuck in this loop, well, forever. I will add a safety fence, though, just in case. Not for myself, though, but for these guys. Yeah, that's right, you guys. It's time that we address this eyesore that is my villager holding cell, and finally let these guys move into the village that we built just a little bit ago. And after building them a little staircase up and down, I'll just grab their workstations and move them inside of these houses. And then they should just kind of pathfind their way into the village on their own. Except for this guy, he's being dumb. Dude, I have waited so long to remove this ugly box. This feels amazing. And it's definitely freed up some more space in here, which is good, because there's still 2 more things I want to try and recreate throughout this area. And this one is actually a combination of multiple things. It's also, unfortunately, the biggest one yet. So here I am, yet again, digging out a massive room. And I will turn this one into a circle. So what I'm thinking is I want to turn this area into a sort of fishing village with a large pond in the middle. And this is one of my personal favorite builds because it relates back to that one time I spent 13 hours straight on a live stream fishing until I caught a mending book. Now there's really no logical reason to do this unless you're green, and definitely no way it should have been fun, but honestly just chilling out and chatting with you guys while fishing is something I'll always remember from this journey. Now in terms of the build, I want to add a ring of spruce around the outside, which will kind of act as a dock, and then that's going to surround the body of water here in the middle. Now this is where things start to intertwine, because apart from this being a fishing village, it's also going to have a witch hut emerging from the middle of the water. Oh yeah, dude, that looks so good. And while I was back in the swamp killing slimes way earlier in the video, I couldn't help but notice a stray black cat running around. And I think that you would be a perfect fit back at the base. And even though I really hate to do this, I'm gonna name you Dennis because so many of you mentioned him as your favorite memory from this world. Now the last time I did this, he pretty much ruined my life, so fingers crossed that doesn't happen again. And finally, I can go through placing in a bunch of barrels, connecting up another rail line all the way to the villager breeder, and then moving a metric ton of these fellas into the fishing village. Oh look, a Congo line. Hold up, how many of you are stuck in this one block? Hello? And there we go. The fishing village is complete. And that just means there's one final build to recreate. This portion of the video is brought to you by my chickens. Yeah, I just wanted to remind you guys that for every book I put in the library, I have to slaughter one of these guys. So hopefully you don't mind. And speaking of you guys, I took some time that night going through all of your comments and adding every single one of them to the build. If you see a heart, that means that you're in the library. Now you might notice that this area is very large, and that's because we're going to build an entire cyberpunk city down here. Now obviously it's going to be nowhere near as large as the previous one I built. That one took 5 months alone and was very painful. But considering this was by far the most common thing from you guys, it felt illegal to leave it out. And while the previous builds could mostly be just thrown together with a few simple materials, that is not the case for this build, because each of these stone outlines will be made entirely out of different blocks and colors. Bro, what? Why are there so many of you here? Huh? Now you're probably wondering, Rob, those are some pretty weird blocks that you're using here. How did you think to come up with it? Well, it's pretty simple. I did. You see, this cyberpunk build style works really well when you use a lot of gradients, which is basically where one block transitions to another block to add some shading and texture. Now, if you're good with colors and have some time to kill, you could definitely experiment on your own and find good block palettes for this. But if you're anything like me and can't tell the difference between yellow and orange half the time, seriously, why is it so difficult? You can just use this website called Cubeworks. All you do is decide what block you want to start with, and then what block you want to end with, and it generates all of the blocks in between. And obviously, I spent a lot of time adding in window trims, doorways, and basic interiors, but I just want to show you that getting a strong block palette is arguably half the battle. And once we fill in this back wall and connect the buildings up with pathways, the mini cyberpunk city is actually done. I forgot how tedious this build style can be. It just requires so many different blocks to do. The other thing it requires is villagers, because, yeah, there are still a stupid amount of these guys left to put in houses. So to start things off, I'll just fill in these buildings with as many workstations that will possibly fit before going through and absolutely cramming these guys in like sardines. And would you look at that, I just happened to have the perfect villagers. Not a single one left over that I needed to kill or anything. No, definitely not. So far in this video, I've made an evil heir, built an entire library, and recreated your guys' favorite builds from the series so far. Which means it's finally time to move on to phase 4 of this massive project. You see, not only do I want this library to capture memories from this world, but I kind of want it to serve as a time capsule and capture the feeling of old Minecraft. You see, recently I've stumbled onto various Minecraft channels from creators playing in beta versions of Minecraft. These videos focus on a more simple, stripped-back version of the game, and watching these videos has had me reminiscing on my own early Minecraft experiences. So for phase 4, I'm going to lean into these feelings and try and build something that fully captures those early days of the game. And to do this, I'm going to have to do more than build just a crappy little box out of oak planks, although that might work, to be fair. In fact, to do this, I'm going way back. On May 9th, 2012, just 6 months after the official release of Minecraft 1.0 on PC, Minecraft Xbox 360 Edition hit the market. And this allowed so many kids who didn't have a computer, including myself, to finally experience what Minecraft was all about. And while this version of Minecraft was literally years behind the actual game in terms of features, it did come with one thing that separated it from its PC counterpart. And that was this tutorial world, which I just so happened to find a download for in 2024. Oh man, this is going to be really weird, you guys. I haven't seen this place in over a decade, which is honestly crazy to think about. And for so many people, like myself included, this world was the first time we got to experience Minecraft. Now, the game was a lot different back then. For starters, the audio was super weird, as you can hear. Like, your footsteps just sound like you're walking on eggshells the whole time. There's no sprinting. No hunger bar, and boats apparently just break when you try and get out of them. Also, skins weren't around yet because, hello, I'm Steve, apparently. Anyways, so you spawn here in this courtyard, and you pretty much instantly find this half-constructed wooden box, which I guess you're intended to finish building yourself. And then if you keep following this gravel pathway, you come up to this weird archway entrance thing, which I think might be Minecraft's first liminal space. And once you get through that, you're met with one of the earliest renditions of a village. That was actually kind of funny because despite only having like 5 blocks in the entire game, the houses look pretty much just as good as they do now, which is kind of sad actually. Now the interiors are all really basic. I mean, there's basically just a bed inside, it seems. And there's also this well in the middle, which, is there anything below here actually? No, it doesn't look like it. Ooh, this is quite a fancy house we have over here. I remember always trying to build my houses to look like this one back in the day. I actually think that the modern villages could use a house like this. But as neat as this place is, you might have noticed that there's no villagers. And that's because at this point in development, they weren't even in the game yet, as far as I know. Don't quote me on that. But something about this just makes the whole place feel eerily quiet, and you feel very alone, I guess. And I remember as a kid being very scared while playing Minecraft, and I guess I just thought that feeling went away because I grew up or whatever. But here I am as a 27-year-old dude. I'm terrified right now. Now I think when you take damage, this super weird noise is made, and then the main way to heal is just by eating pork chops, which don't even stack in your inventory. Hang on, I better sleep. Okay, that was not necessary. Moving along, next up is this minecart track going into the hillside. And if you take a ride along it, you go all the way here to this castle entrance. Hang on, how do I get out of this thing? Now, I remember looking at this castle in 2012 like it was Grant's Hermitcraft 7 base. So it has this archway out front, and the inside is like this super bare bones and open courtyard. And what's down here? Oh, that's right! It leads to this dock area that connects up to the ocean below. That's so cool. And then we have these spiraling staircases that take you up to the towers, as well as this big open room, which I guess is supposed to be some sort of a church. Dude, the torch spam in here is real. Now back here in the middle area, one of the other things I love to do was pillar up to this big Minecraft sign, because once you get up here, you can pretty much see the whole world to know if you missed anything. Like over there's another village, it seems, and there's also a tower way out in the distance, and what looks like a desert as well. Hang on a second, do beds break or fall? Nope, they don't. Also, I think I just discovered a duplication glitch. That is so weird, dude. But yeah, I just remember spending countless hours exploring and living in this world. I know that when I was younger, the building side of Minecraft was always super daunting to me. So the fact that I could just load up in here, and there were already some pre-built structures, just added so much to the experience for me. And while walking around here, I've been kind of just taking in the scenery and collecting some screenshots of things I want to try and rebuild. Which means it's time we return back to the hardcore world and get working. So right through here is where I want to begin our expansions. And there's nothing here, and then that liminal archway from the tutorial world. Now I've taken exact screenshots, so as far as I know, these two inside rooms are 100% accurate. But something doesn't quite feel right. There we go, that's better. In case you missed it, I just swapped to the old textures, which are basically Minecraft, but old. And since I'm underground right now, I'm gonna start digging out a staircase into what will eventually be called Beta Boulevard. Clever, I know. I came up with it myself. Now the block palette should be very easy. After all, we only had 3 of them back in the day. Digging out this giant room, however, might take a bit. Hang on, I gotta get efficiency 5 put on this fortune pickaxe. There we go. And the reason I'm using that pickaxe is to get all of this cobble, because it's actually going to make up the walls of this entire room. Look, I'm going for accuracy, not aesthetics here, and this is totally something that 15-year-old Brock would have done. Something else that 15-year-old Brock would have done is have his entire base have a grass floor, which is actually impressive because back in the day I definitely didn't have subveg. Now the first structure will go right here, and this one is going to be a sort of animal barn, I suppose. Now I know it's not the most visually aesthetic thing you've ever laid your eyes on. Far from it, actually. But this was as good as it gets back in the day. What's not good is the fact that it has no animals in it. But I think we can fix that. I'll grab a cow, a pig, and a sheep, push them into this hole. Whoa, that's kind of wild. And there we go. You all get to hang out here forever. Sorry. There we go. A second house is in. Nothing special here. House number 3, though. Look at this bad boy. Really moving up in the world. Did I say up? I meant down. Because through this well is where the magic well happened. I'm so sorry. I just said that. I remember as a kid being totally obsessed with secret passageways or hidden rooms. Basically anything that let me feel completely invisible. Kind of dark when I put it that way. But in Minecraft, I took any chance I could to bring this to life. So down here at the bottom of the well, I think I'll just dig out a little tunnel, and at the end of said tunnel, I'll use the oldest trick in the book with a painting, which by today's standards isn't the most secure entrance by any means, but in 2012, you could use this to guard your most prized possessions. And that's exactly what I'm going to do, because in this room will be my bedroom. Now, I also recall using a ton of leaves as building blocks back in the day, which it's no wonder I would go on to make an entire mega base that's based off of a tree, now that I think about it. What can I say? I'm a simple man. A simple man who loves his diamonds, because through here is the most high security, top secret vault you've ever seen. Now, there wasn't really much to do with diamonds back in the day, so I would always have one of these rooms attached to my bedroom. I could use more diamonds though. This is a bit embarrassing. There we go. That's better. But the last thing this needs is a guardian, you know, just in case this ever gets broken into. Alright, little guy, come with me. I will sit you right here upon your diamond throne, and most importantly, I'll name you Bud after my childhood dog. I miss you, buddy. Hope you're doing alright wherever you are. And now that we're all crying over our childhood pets, let's add a cool factor to this base. And while I think we can agree that minecarts are a pretty boring part of Minecraft today, before the addition of Elytra, or even sprinting for that matter, they were actually a pretty awesome way to get around. So to make this place a bit more fun, I'm going to dig out a custom track starting from the bedroom that works its way all the way through the village and back up into the liminal entrance area. Now we just add in the rails, power these bad boys up, and boom, we are ready to take a ride through Beta Boulevard. With the first 4 phases complete, we are just left with one final objective. Now, before I tell you what that is, it's important to get a bit more context about how we got here. On June 4th, 2023, I uploaded a video called 10 Hours to Save My World from Deletion. In this video, I set a challenge for myself to get every advancement in this world in 10 hours, with the caveat that I delete the world if I fail. Now, at the time of this video, I was completely burned out with this hardcore series, and to be honest, I made that challenge for myself almost hoping that I would fail. But against all odds, when I got that last advancement with only a single minute left, I was left feeling totally confused. And while I couldn't delete the world now, I did the second closest thing to that by traveling 100,000 blocks from home, destroying all my stuff, and putting on this stupid cursive binding leather armor. In a lot of ways, doing all this was really stupid, but I didn't care. I was honestly pretty bitter towards Minecraft at the time. But being so far from home with no resources and really questionable armor, I was forced to kind of take things slow and have a fresh start. Slowly but surely, I started building. Firstly, by transforming this village, and eventually making this monstrosity completely from scratch without any planning at all. In a way, I was just kind of forced to refine my love for Minecraft while I was out here. So for phase 5, it's time that we come full circle and finish this story once and for all. I'm heading home, and I'm doing it by foot. Oh, I might regret this. Okay, so if I'm going to actually do this, I think I need some ground rules. So I guess, firstly, I'll say no Elytra. I mean, that kind of removes the whole point of this being a hard challenge. So how can I get around? Well, I'll keep it vague and just say that I must travel either by foot, boats, or other means. But we'll get to those ones later, hopefully. And it looks like right over here, we are approaching a village. Hang on, how many of these do you guys think I'm gonna find along the way home? I'm gonna guess 34, but that number might be way off, dude. I have have no idea. And speaking of numbers, I've been doing some very precise, and by that I mean extremely not precise calculations. And I found that if I sprint the entire 113,000 blocks home, I should make it home in just under 6 hours. Bro, that is crazy. I could literally drive to the airport and fly almost anywhere in the US before that. Why did I just jump in that cave? Anyways, considering I'm already like 5,000 blocks into this journey, I should probably tell you why I'm doing it this way. Yeah, I don't really know. I guess the closest thing I can compare it to is like a road trip. I mean, there's just so much of this Minecraft world that I've never seen, and this is probably the only chance I'll get to see half of this terrain. And already I'm getting sidetracked searching these caves. I want to try and find a saddle, which will open up a few more transportation options. I got nothing but a bunch of skeletons that want to kill me. Alright, well, I tried. I really wanted to get a saddle, but I guess it's just not in the cards for right now. Back on the journey we go. We got a long ways to go. I'm gonna just like put on a podcast and just keep walking, I guess. As of right now, we are officially in the 99,000s, meaning we are only 5 digits away from home, which still feels very far away because it is very far away. Also, this dude's just big chilling on top of his perch. Oh my god, not one, but 2 saddles were in this village! Everyone, meet Rupert, and with this device, Rupert can take us home. We're gonna do it. We're gonna go the whole way home on this pig. I will take the saddle though, however. I do need that. We can finally get a camel! What's up, buddy? I shall name you Tommy. Sorry, Thomas. No time for rest, my friend. We must go. We have adventures to be on. We have places to be. Update? Me and Tommy are climbing a mountain, it seems. They're 2 mountain boys, mountain men, just trying to get a good view. Look at this view, Thomas. Look at what we did. We did this together. No, Tommy, be careful. Be careful. Okay, Tommy, listen, man. It's been fun. It's been real. I'll catch you sometime later. We get some F's in the chat for Tommy. He's not cut out for this life. So I have good news and I have bad news. The good news is that I have traveled 25,000 blocks in just the last couple hours since I started this journey back home. The bad news is that I am out of food. I don't know why I forgot about bringing food. That was not my smartest plan. Like, I really don't know what to do now. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna settle down and build a house or anything. Actually, that's a pretty good idea. I should do that. I would say you guys are probably surprised, but then again, I don't think I could do anything that would surprise you at this point. Also, this is Perry. Everyone say, hi, Perry. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is inhumane. I feel kind of bad. I made way too many sheep. Also, did I spend the entire afternoon yesterday making this entire base and breeding up all of these sheep just for a little bit of food? Yes, I did, in fact. No! I just killed Perry. Oh no. Oh, that's so tragic, bro. Day 2 was another long one, so I'll go ahead and just cover some of the highlights. For starters, I found a bunch more villages. Oh look, a village. I also found a pig sheep, which I killed, and this mangrove swamp on top of a mountain. Honestly, I didn't even know that was possible. I also found these 2 random mineshaft chests, just chilling out in the open. Not sure what that's about, but I will never complain about free golden apples. I went ice skating, found some cool floating islands with a sheep on top of them, came across this insane mountain range, and overall just had a blast seeing what wonders this world had to offer. I flew through the 70,000s, the 60,000s, and the 50,000s, meaning I was officially halfway home. And I really thought this would have been a more exciting milestone, but ironically it was the darkest one yet. I guess it just made me feel further from home than ever, since I was kind of caught in the middle between 2 different bases. So I put my head down and kept on moving through the 40,000s, onto the 30,000s, and eventually into the 20,000s, when I made quite the discovery. We are officially 24,000 blocks from home, which might not mean anything to you, but it does mean that we are officially in the outermost stronghold ring. There could be a stronghold below my feet. Okay, I gotta run. Hang on. And this is the first time that I can say that in over half a year, which is honestly wild. This was such a huge motivator for me. I know it might sound crazy, but I was starting to question whether I would ever make it home. I know in theory that everything is still safe and sound right where I left it, but when you've just spent the last 2 full days running in a straight line and finding absolutely nothing but the occasional village, your mind kind of starts to play tricks on you. But this was just the reminder I needed that there was in fact an end in sight, and I was making it home today. So it's day 3 of this journey, and I don't really have time for an intro. I'm just gonna keep running. I think what I'll do is update you guys every 1,000 blocks or something. 15,000, 14,000, 13,000, 12,000, 11,000. Before long, I was less than 10,000 blocks from home, meaning our journey was more than 90% finished, and I was starting to become flooded with so many memories from this world. I was about to be reunited with so many builds, countless farms, and amazing stories for the first time in over half a year. Before long, I hit the 5,000 block mark, then the 4,000 block mark, and the 3,000 block mark. And just as I was crossing into the 2,000 block milestone, I was met with quite a welcome sight. I don't know when I've been here, but I've been here because this portal did not make itself. I did that too. What is this? Wait a second. I know where I am. This is where I killed all 5 animals with 1 crossbow shot. Like, I know that logically in a few hundred blocks, I'm gonna stumble onto builds that I've made over 2 years ago. Like, they're gonna still be there, but when you've been traveling for 113,000 blocks straight and finding nothing that is of any familiarity, you kind of start to doubt yourself. Like, am I really in the same Minecraft world that I once began? But it is true. Oh my goodness. We have made it home. Look at all of this, you guys. The tree, the castle, the village, my slime farm that doesn't work anymore. I took some time that afternoon just roaming through the world and visiting all of the old build sites. And as nice as it feels to be back home seeing all of my builds, something just doesn't feel quite right. Oh, yep, there goes the helmet, there goes the boots, there goes the pants, and there goes the chest plate. I am once again naked, and honestly, I'm not mad about it. Thank you all so much for 25 amazing episodes of Hardcore Minecraft. Now I just gotta figure out how to get back to that library.
Hey folks, Soap here, and welcome on back to my Hardcore Minecraft world, where today is finally a world tour. We've hit episode 60, and as of officially right now, 6,413 days survived in this same world without dying. So we have a ton of stuff to look at, so buckle up, get some popcorn, get a nice beverage, as this is probably going to be a very, very long tour. Everything started right here with my starter base. Well, actually we spawned it at the far side of that mountain, but we'll get down there in a moment. But this is the house that I built first, and honestly I still live out of it with a lot of my storage still in here for a bunch of various things I haven't built storage rooms for. But we've got a nice little kitchen over here. All of this is full of like random goods. I have so many ores that I need to break down inside of these. And we've just got a bunch of random stuff throughout here. I still have my original starter bed placed down right here, ready to go in the bedroom. On the second floor, I've got a little balcony here that I can use to fly out so I can avoid any mobs that might have spawned that are hanging out down there. And then this connects into that tower via this little overpass, and I have my original enchanting setup right up here. And randomly, 2 sets of netherite armor and a bunch of gold. What was I doing with those? I have so much gold up here. There's books and oh, what? Anybody know what I was doing with those? Because I don't know. We do have a small little attic space that has leftover bulk storage in here, randomly a jukebox, and stuff that we got from raiding our ancient cities for the first time, because I just never knew where to put it, so it's been up there and I've never really used it since. I've even filled in underneath the staircase with a bunch of storage. We got all of our sherds over here. We have so many wither skelly skulls. And the first way I started to expand was this way. So we've got a little bit of a blacksmith over here with where I do all of my netherite armor upgrades and forging and crafting, all that stuff. So we got a bunch of stuff in there. There's a little house up above, a bunch of books for enchanting things so I could get extra sets of tools. And here we have the animal barn, where originally I had sheep over in here, I had pigs over in here, and then I realized it's all dirt on the inside, so sheep can't really get their wool back. Out at the back we've got all of our cows and apparently a sheep who are hanging out in a little pen right here, and have been there for probably 6,300 days at this point. Over here I've got a small stables where I've kept my first donkey and mule in there, and I believe my horse is not in there. My horse is somewhere else, probably doing amazing things. But we got some puppos right here. We've got the burb tree. Every single time I find a parrot that I don't know where to put it, I bring it back and set it up here on the burb tree. which I just love the idea. There's probably like 15, 20 parrots on here, and it's just so very cool. I want to keep adding more, but it is starting to lag it out a little bit, but I love all the birds chirping and everything as you walk by, so that's pretty cool. We got a small chicken coop right there to get some eggs whenever we might need them. And of course, the expansion of our fields. Right up there is a house that I built for my first 2 doggos that we have. So we have Sky and Geo. Oh yeah, giant tree. We'll talk about that soon. Also, just as a quick note, if you are a supporter over on my main channel, the main Foot channel, not here on Foot 2, I don't believe it's set up, but you can get access to a world download for Tier 1 members, Patreon supporters, or Twitch subs. Tier 1 and up can all get a world download, so you can explore this yourself. But right over here, we've got even more fields, and this is actually my original moss farm. I don't really use it too much anymore, as I have a better source of moss and bone meal if I need it, but we've got the farm right around back in there, and most of it is actually right above our head right now. Then that leads down here to where we did some initial villager setups with getting an automatic potato field right there, automatic potato farm. So this guy picks them all up, and there's another villager in there, and you can see the minecart hopper right in there. So anytime he tries to throw the potatoes over to that dude, the hopper just picks them up. And then we've got one right in here for carrots, but this villager, oh no, he's alive. That's nice. He's died so many times. I've had to replace him like 6 or 7 times, and that's okay. That's fine. He's alive again, so that's good. Right back in here, we've just got an extra storage building that I was planning to build out, and right now it just has a mine track that goes all the way back to my villager breeder and trading hall, which we'll get to in a little while. And so we didn't really finish those off, but we'll get to them eventually. Got some more custom trees, and we got a little bit of a vineyard patch right here. Of course, more fields. This building is a bee farm. I wanted to build a giant greenhouse with a bee farm attached to it. So back here we have our honeycomb farm right in there, which is out right now because that filled up very quickly and I just haven't needed it. Then we've got just the cool little greenhouse section in there, and then if I do need to do any bee breeding, I've got this little setup right here, which is a little full of bees. So yeah, that's fine. I guess if I ever need bees, I have them ready to go right there. Continuing down into the valley, we're definitely not doing this in order of episodes at all, just kind of naturally where the pathway takes us. We will loop back up and check out a bunch of stuff on that side, as it's very, very cool. But here we have my sheep farm. We've got a bunch of sheep on the outside here, and then I breed them up if I ever need a lot of a bulk color. But I actually built another sheep farm recently, so I don't really need to do that. But in here, I've got one of every single color sheep and an automatic farm hooked up, so if I ever do need any wool, I can come down here and get any of the colors that I might need. Continuing further, if we take a right on this pathway over here, it leads us beyond a bunch of other fields that we have down into my fishing dock, where I just kind of randomly built a big old fish. We got this little fishing dock set up, and I believe somewhere in here I have a really strong fishing rod. I think I did. I might have taken it out of here. But my plan was to come here and just catch fish whenever I needed anything or just wanted to kill some time. We've got a bunch of turtles over there beyond the squids. We can ignore those for now. Added this little house recently, and we'll get up to all of that cool. There's a whole city back there, some windmills on the hill, and all that stuff. Up at the top there, we'll check it out in a moment once we work our way back up, but that is a lumber mill, where I actually have one of my main storage rooms, which is all of the wood storage that we need inside the game. It's all stored in that building. A big rule I have in this world is I want to continue to explore and walk around everything. So up there is my lumber storage, we've got stone storage, and all of them scattered throughout the entire city region. So it gives me reasons to explore around everything I've built instead of just being like, cool, built it, now I'm going back to my mega storage room and I'll never look at this stuff again. But down here we have just a little fun place of a bunch of houses with a small like village of sorts, just to fill this space because I didn't want to put yet another field. I mean, we can never have too many fields, but I felt like maybe we should have something other than a field right down in here. And then up here when cherry trees came out, we added this little bit in here of a small cherry tree orchard. I know it's not realistic, but it's Minecraft, so it's fine. Back up this way, right above our lake for the fishing, we've got another little section of houses here with a little grain silo that all kind of connects in and just a bunch of cool stuff. Custom trees, little work yard, and all that cool stuff back here. Yeah, there's a lot to look at. If you're new here, hi, hello. I love to build things, and we make a lot of stuff inside this world. Like this town originally started on episode 10, way long ago. I built a lot of it, and then I recently came back and actually finished all of it. So we've got a wagon storage, just a random house right there. We've got, this is part of a stables connected to an inn section over there, a big old market here in the middle, and a lot of just cool decorative stuff around here to really enhance the feeling of this valley when you're looking back at the Giga Tree. A little painter over here selling their works that they've made, and just just random other stuff. Now the main purpose of this town is I have every single type of cat here, so if I ever need to breed them and I want a specific one, they're all sitting here, so I can just breed them as I want. But we have this really cool dock down here with a bunch of tiny boats that are actually built by people in my supporter community. Way back in the day, I asked people to build little boats, and I added them here into the world. One of my moderators, Blocky, made that one out there, which is so very cool. I believe another one of my mods, Thomas, made that little like steamboat type one here, and I unfortunately can't remember the names of the people who made the other ones, but it's really cool being able to have those in here. We've got a little storage room that I was using when I was actually working to build up this place. We got that in here. A lot of this space we're standing on is all terraformed and everything, and you can see the rest of the little houses over here. Fields stretching as far as the eye can see back towards World Spawn, which is actually right at the edge of that roof right there. That is World Spawn, which we'll go into in a moment and kind of loop our way back around everything. The new expansion I made to the town, if we go past all of the cats, is this section over here, where we added in this little fish cleaning area. We've got a new build here. We've got a larger dock section with a much larger boat over here delivering a fossil from our desert region of New Papyrus. Showed that that was excavated out here, and they traded it with the region to bring back into the city, so that's being dropped off here. But another massive storage room, big old tower, and all that stuff, and just a few more houses along the back street here to bring it all home. Little flight into the sky. You can see the valley that we've been walking through right over here, and I really, really love how this has all turned out. I think it's been so absolutely special to be able to build everything. And before we get too far away from everything, let's go to World Spawn, check out these things, then we'll jump back up there. I guess we can start along the road here. This is the output of a fully automatic wheat farm. So we have a really, really massive system just producing wheat endlessly, because I wanted 1, hay bales, and 2, I wanted a lot of packed mud. And I really didn't want to have to keep harvesting my fields because they're kind of meant to be decorative. So that's how we figured it out. That actually, the farm for it, if we come up here into the mountain, is hidden right here. So it's an Allay powered, oh geez. Alright, yep, let's not die in this world tour. It's an Allay powered, oh my gosh, what happened to all the bees? They've been duplicating. Okay, right. Yeah, so I have bees back there that are supposed to pollinate all of this, then they go back into their hive, and then the villager harvests it, but their inventory is full of wheat seeds, so they can't actually pick up the wheat. They pick up more seeds, and then they're forever stuck in that. So our little Allay here, he will go around and pick up all the wheat on the ground, and when that note block chime happens that you just heard, he drops it off here. That all goes into these, which used to be the full storage. Then I just hooked it into a water stream that takes us all the way back out here to the storage building. I absolutely love having that setup. It was really fun to design. One of the first redstone projects that I fully made myself, which was really cool to do. Ooh. Let's stop falling in things. Let's really try to stop falling in things. That'd be absolutely great. That's Harry down there. He's been in this little place for a long, long time. He hangs out there though. But here at World Spawn, we've got ourselves an iron farm. Of course, like every single person with a long-term world, you always have an iron farm at spawn, so that it is constantly producing. And it's been around for over 6,000 days, so it's very full, probably completely overflowing if we could actually reach that. We've got a little bone meal output there. We've got all of the poppies coming in here, and it's a very simple design because yeah, it's a little full. It's a little full. Well, we'll just leave all that in there. Right, now we're down here in World Spawn, where World Spawn actually is this. These 4 torches right there. The first crafting table I ever made is placed right over there. And this is the place where it all started. I spawned into the game somewhere right about here, and I have terraformed the region out a little bit so you can't recognize it too much, but I have made sure to keep those little torches in to mark the chunks that we spawned in. And then this right here is a little moss farm that I've hooked up as my new one, so if I ever need bulk moss, I can turn that on, and because we're in World Spawn, it keeps running. I originally also thought a cactus farm would work if you're putting it at World Spawn, so I built one of those back here. Unfortunately, the player has to be nearby for that to work, so it never runs, but I turned it into a cool, like, inn building of sorts. Did a very simplified version of my logo right here on the ground, which I think is kind of fun, and just next to a little house. And then my favorite recent addition, fairly recent addition, basically when the update came out for 1.20, right? When we got access to sniffers, I built this big old sniffer farm here. I added in a giant pitcher pod field so that I can keep harvesting them and using them as flowers. And then I added in the torch flower field right over here as well, which I really like. But as you can see, we have a ton of sniffers hanging out there in the field, and there's a minecart track that actually runs underneath everything. So anytime that they drop something, like that little pitcher pot right over there, there's a minecart that runs constantly, and he's kind of stalling out. We'll just leave him there. But that all drops everything back over to here through an item elevator system, and as you can see, it's been running for quite a while, and I've actually filled up every single one of these pretty much too with the items also, so we have a lot. We have a lot that we can grow and produce if we ever want them, and I didn't really realize until after I made it that it kind of looks like a McDonald's, but that's okay. I'm fine with it. I really like how this build turned out. I really like how World Spawn's shaping up. I added, just to randomly fill in this place with something different, we added in a little market stand where they're selling trees, saplings, and little flowers, just kind of colorful stuff. Then that road leads out over here to where we have a farmhouse. We've got a gatehouse with a bridge to get ourselves across the river that the big boats can use to get into that town we were just touring around. It's just a little farming hamlet down here. I don't think I filled in too much of the detail on the inside. I kind of started plotting out walls and then did a basement for it. So we got that down here, which is looking pretty good, and we'll come back eventually and actually flesh out more of the interiors of this space because I do want to continue doing that. So yeah, you can see I kind of started it. I just haven't really come in and actually done the details, but base framework is in. And they got a small little work yard here around the back, and we are starting to slowly expand more and more fields with our pitcher pod one. We've got these and a little road leading out over to there, to where I've got a stony shore bomb that I would love to do something with. I just don't know quite what I want to do with it yet. Continuing beyond World Spawn though, right over here I have a mushroom farm. Why? Because I wanted to get a bunch of mushroom blocks to build with. So I decided, of course, to bring over some brown mushrooms, well, obtain some brown mushrooms, which comes from getting red mushrooms. Mushroom, not mushroom. Those are mushrooms. They're alive. You get red mushrooms, and then you strike them with lightning, and then they turn into brown mushrooms. So that was a really fun challenge to do and get those. So we got these guys up here. They got their little pen down there. And then we have the mushroom factory right over here, which has a small storage room for everything. If you follow this down, you can get to the storage. And then we actually have full systems up here with a different field for our brown mushrooms, so we can plant them there, come over and flip the lever, and they'll all grow up as once. And then we have the red over here, and you can see part of it's harvested because I needed some recently. But the cool part about it is anything falls in this river at any point in this creek will push it all the way down here, and they will go inside the hopper. So instead of needing to go in the storage room and put it all in there, I can just throw everything here in the water, and then they end up in the storage on the inside, which is very cool. To go along with everything mushroom themed, I have made a little pig pen over here, a little pigsty. So we have some pigs in case you like for truffles or something like that. Thought would be very, very cool. And I just kind of kept them in over here. If you follow this road going along this way, there's two things to see out here. First, we have the mud brick castle. When mud bricks were added into the game, I wanted to do something using them to build up something really cool. So we built this smallish castle, which I love so very much. It's one of my favorite builds inside this world, and I would love to come back here and do some more with it because, well, it's a little hollow. But that's okay because it looks really dang cool. It was meant to be a backdrop in this world originally, and I really love it. And it also has this cool system here. This waterway actually leads out to a massive ocean that connects into so many other places, reaching 5,000+ blocks in different directions, which is really cool. So we kind of are building civilizations based around the ocean. So I added this little gate here so they can defend against ships coming in. They can raise it and lower it as they want to. But yeah, this guy turned out really, really cool using our mud, using our house energy, and all that stuff. And I just love it. It's a really, really fun one to look at and just have in the background of silhouette here in the right of this really cool, like, brownstone castle of sorts with our brick and our mud and all that stuff. If we go back over here towards the mushroom factory, we can continue along this road, which currently branches off in two directions. One going out that way because I accidentally got lost while I was building the road and went the wrong direction. So that's a future quick build site down there, but otherwise you can follow this one here to where I built this cool little fishing village with, of course, goats. I think goats are such a cool mob, but they're such a pain to keep in places to actually, have them stick around. So unfortunately, all these guys are leaded here to fences, so they try and jump away, but then they just get tethered back to their bush and they have to come back here. So I do feel kind of bad about it, but they get to hang out in the nice pasture I made for them. that. And that's it. But man, it was really fun. So I'm really happy I decided to take on this project and get that myself. Now, there is one of the houses specific that is a station in it. Down in here. I did try to kill it. Something that I just wanted to build a giant tree. It's as simple as that. If you played the game God of War Ragnarok, it got very inspired by the world tree that you see inside of the place where your trees where you move between the different realms. I thought it was so cool, the diagram they had in there, so I wanted to build this building, make it shattered in the middle like that tree was, and then just kind of kept building across that and thought it was so fun. We went through a few iterations of adding leaves on top, and we're close to 70,000 azalea leaves on this thing, and I put more than, I think, 60, 70 hours of work into it, and we can also go here, because during that project, or near that project, I decided to start running around and getting advancements just as something else to do in the game. So for getting the Smart Trader advancement, you need to put a villager out all night. So I had this guy previously just running around all the way up there, and we decided to give him a little bit of a home here, instead of just living all the way up there. So now he has a cool airship, and he's got this cool floor behind him, and he's our Star Trader boy. Our world looks really small from up here, but we basically toured through all of that so far, all the way out there in the distance. And we can do this, and start the city, and go through all that, and then we'll look around, build your trading halls, and then we'll go off in that direction to try some more really cool things. Yeah, we'll start at the end of this road, so we can continue walking straight. We don't have to backtrack that much. But all the way out here, if you've seen episode 58, where we just completed episode 60, no, 59, yes, 59 here, I started a new custom terraforming project, and it's gotten massive. It's really, really cool. I'm so excited to continue this, and we're slowly working towards it. So that's all the way up here. This alone took about 50 hours to make, because this whole thing was so forest like that, and I cleared everything out, and it's all completely built up on top of itself, all floating, gathered materials, and all that cool stuff. And I'm really hoping to continue expanding it, but you can kind of see the underside there as we're going backwards. The goal is to cover multiple biomes back here and just create my own custom environment, my own custom world inside this Minecraft place. That is where I got all of the azalea leaves for the tree. I still just need to clean up the rest of it because I couldn't be bothered after I finished the tree. I needed a little bit of a break. This mountain here started from a 24-hour building challenge of how much can I make in this world in 24 hours. And that's where this whole thing came from. That is the gas farm output for the storage for that, which is really cool. My original raid farm is here in the middle of this Stonehenge. We inspired build. We got a cool little farmhouse down here, which is decorated on the outside. It's got a little bit of a story behind it. The inside is just a full front interior. Cool custom outfit out front. And this road eventually is going to connect to that custom terrain back there. Very excited for it. I'm going to kind of weave it along here. But this mountain range, I want to do something really special up here. I started this terrain right there, and I'm trying to use the idea that you see in a lot of RPG games. As you end one region and start another, you have, say, massive forest, and then you have big old backdrop, and you can't really see what's on the other side, and that allows you to put something totally different build style right on the other side. So this build style here doesn't match at all with the build style we have over here. Very different, and you can't tell that it's even there or that this is here because you have the giant mountain in the way. So that's kind of where it started. The whole front of this is finished and textured and all that. Recently we expanded and actually built the back of it too. But I'm getting off track where I wanted to go. So we'll come back and touch on this more. But yeah, it's fully finished all the way down to the ground. It's really, really cool looking. I love it so very much. And we'll chat about that more soon. But since we're here, yeah, this whole uneven thing kind of inspired by what you see in like the Halo games. And I can't remember where else I got the inspiration from, but there's a few different games and things I absolutely love. So I built this. You can come down on the inside because I had the output for my gas farm where I get all my gunpowder from. It was right here, and it just looked really ugly sitting here. That it's connected to a creeper farm over there because I found a built one as another source of gunpowder. But you can see all that kind of funnels in here, gas gears in here like crazy, and then this is all just cloak stuff. But inside the mountain, since we're here and we don't want to come back later, yeah, yeah, there's the little creeper farm. It's just a few layers of one of those bow tie creeper farms. I can't remember who made it. Mr. Chapman. I think Chapman's design for that one. So I put that in there while we were working on the mountain, so it passively just made gunpowder for me. And yeah, I guess this is what the entire inside of the mountain looks like. And it's there's a lot. You can see all of it in here. And eventually this whole texture thing will be on that side too. And it's probably gonna be fully spawning mobs again. It's gonna be horrible, but it's gonna look so good, so it'll be worth it. And a fun fact about it, that highest point of the mountain, if you're on the outside, weirdly enough, didn't measure at all, but it worked out perfectly to where the creepers die all the way right down here to actually loot the gunpowder before it goes off. That is a perfect spawning sphere. So if I'm standing on top of the mountain, the only place that's spawnable is our creeper. Completely not intended, and honestly, I probably should have done the map before, because if I built that one block lower, the farm wouldn't work. But it's really cool coincidence that it did work out, so that's fun. Yeah, I wonder Critter. We'll get into the nether and look at all that stuff soon, because I want to focus on what we have here in the overworld first, before we start exploring those things. Like back over at Stonehenge, where the raid farm was. I built this as a raid farm originally because, well, that was a villager outpost. This was a fully functional raid farm design, and the villager is actually still down here. Sorry, buddy, I need to do something with you one day. He needs a next home. But yeah, I had this villager outpost up here, and I was like, what if I transform it into a castle and just have some fun building something cool for our villagers? So this is actually a spawning villager outpost. As we get closer, you'll start seeing some villagers popping in. I put this really cool forest around it, very inspired from games like Kingdom Come Deliverance. Oh, the boss screw! No, I need to come back and fix it. Don't tell me. Oh, it's in the Ravager pet too. What's your name? Oh, Precious. Hi, Precious. Hey, stay in there. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, I trapped him in there to go full villager vibes. How did the grass grow? That's a bummer. Okay. Well, in here it looks really cool. Where are all the villagers? That's what I want to know. Yeah, there are plenty of spaces for them to spawn. They're usually all over the place here. Okay. Looks like Wandering Trader's right out there, and we do have a few villagers right back here. I kept every element of a villager outpost, just my own version of it. So we've got like our iron golems trapped in the cage there. They've got their own little archery range over here to practice for all of their upcoming pillaging activities. And as we come back down the pathway here, I think I got one. Yeah, I got a room of other people just lose them in the forest that I recently transformed. This was just normal oak forest, regular Minecraft forest, and I was like, you know what if we build a custom forest, because that could be really cool. That one over there is a full custom birch forest. When the birch forest unfortunately did not get the update, I decided to make my own. And then recently I was like, I really love that project and how it looks in the world. So what if we come back through here and build our own custom forest to go along with it and really just kind of fully customize this spawn zone? Like that's my end goal, is to have everything out here just fully custom made stuff that I've done myself. Like every block that I want to change eventually in this region will be changed. And I think that it's going to be so cool to be able to look back on and like compare the blank world seed of this world to what I have here. I mean, already it's a massive change, massive change up there. But it's really, really cool to be able to see it all together. Up here we have two near identical windmills, three actually, because we have one right over there. Hop and just kind of change those up so you can see a cart that's hoisting things up to the top there. And I believe this one does not have a way to reach the top. I don't know, maybe I didn't do one on that. Like this guy here has a little ladder on the outside so you can get up and see a really bare bones version of a mechanism to explain why the windmill is able to turn. So you just got a little something up here that is turning and then affecting the mill down below and everything. So there's all that, and then the third one here I believe just has a slight difference to it on the interior. Yeah, we just have a ladder that you can follow all the way up to the top. I wanted to keep all three of them exact carbon copies on the outside to show that the same like architects from the city here have built those. And so you'll see a lot of similar build teams throughout the city because it's all been planned by similar group that has certain standards and things. And it kind of helps have a completed build theme inside of the massive world. As we approach approach the main city itself, you can see we've got a little inn out here. We've got stables for anybody who might want to stay here as a cheaper place instead of paying to get in the city. I've got creepers. I've got cats to block creepers at every single gate entrance and main entrance that I have right now. It's on the inside of Spawn Room, but I want to make sure to not get in and blow anything up. So you've got cats there to protect and scare the creepers off. As we walk into this city, this here is another inn for right when you walk inside. We've got first floor interiors built out in a good amount of these spaces now, if I have to say so myself. I'm pretty proud of it. So we've got a nice little seating space in there. We've got this exactly the kitchen there, which is pretty cool. We'll walk down the main street, check out all these built, and then we'll come around. Over on this side, it's the one that's not fully finished. We've got two villagers sitting here because I was originally trying to strike both the lightning and tornado and fetch. And then we just got a random wagon there and open space that's hiding, well, should be hiding a pumpkin and melon farm. We'll check out in just a moment. Farther down, we've got this little stall right there that I think is just holding on to a bunch of junk. And over here, we've got a tailor shop where the first floor is built up. So we got the main lobby in here. This is like fancy high-level clothes. So you can come back here for a consultation, fitting, trying on all your stuff. We'll change it right there. And then the actual place for the tailor work is kind of back in here. Maybe some consultation area and everything like that. Pretty basic interiors. I'm trying to learn how to make better interiors, but these are older ones. They're probably about a year and a half old. So I'm on my journey to improve and get better. This here is a grocery store, which I absolutely love the inside of. I think this is so cool. We've just got a bunch of stuff. We've got a few veggies planted and some dirt over here to grow. It's all looks massive. We've got blueberries with our coral. And then back in here, you come to this, and this takes you down to that pumpkin melon farm where we got a couple on the different sides. And storage is back in here. It's very, very full. Filling up quickly. I'm trying to use pumpkins and melons as building blocks, which is pretty fun for those cool orange and green colors. We'll go that way in a moment. No, we can go this way now. We've got a cool little wagon workshop. We've got a back alley street that was only decorated out a little bit more. A little wagon workshop in there. We've got this cool little backyard area right over here, which is fun. And is the back end of a stable, so you can look around. This is supposed to be a carpenter's workshop. And the base floor, I just need to actually now build the ceiling in it. And then up here, we've got a cool custom tree. I'm really trying to make sure greenery stays in this entire world, so it's a big element that I'm trying to force into the city. We've got a bakery in here, eventually a bakery actually inside there, but on the outside you can see cakes, so that's pretty cool. This leads further down into the city, but we head back towards the main gate for now, where we have the upstairs of our carpenter's house. We've got a smithy in here that has a little bit of a story around it. It has two siblings that are both blacksmiths, so we have one station, two stations that are kind of mimicking each other, and then we have some ores. We have all their coal that they need to like keep the furnace going and the forge going and all that stuff, and it's just kind of a little small story with the build instead of just the like build. More generic interior, I should say. Right over here, we've got the little shrines built into the city walls. When I was working on the city originally, I had just moved back from my honeymoon where we went to Italy and touring around Rome and a lot of the other really, really old world cities that we were able to walk around. Absolutely beautiful. So I saw a lot of these shrines things. I kind of want to bring that in my own Minecraft world. It's a special way to do it. So we have pops of colors, flowers, and who knows what's actually being honored there. But I thought it was a cool element. We've got banners going across just for extra color and vibes. Little small gardens inside the city I think is very important. We've got a market square out here, and you see these tiny micro blocks. I added the native back that gives the block trader the ability to trade one of the main block and one emerald to get 8 micro blocks of a type. So we have a bunch of them scattered throughout for just extra details as kind of custom player heads. Inside here we have the stables where we have one of every single type of raidable mob in the game except the camel, because I haven't brought one over since they were added to the game. We've even got a skeleton horse back here. We've got a little manure pile and a place for them to hang out in the heat or as they want to. People can come and drop their mounts up here as they go to the city, and then they can further explore on foot. We have a bunch of back alleyways and things like that that are really cool. And we're back at the main gate where we can continue. We went down the main street there. You go to the left here, and it leads you along another little farming patch. We've got a big old adventurers guild in here, which I'm very much looking forward to doing the interior. It just hasn't quite happened yet. So you've got the back of the inn, the kitchen, that we were touring around a few moments ago. Next, right there, we've got this cool little sitting area for the inn patrons who are coming. Lush little retreat inside the city, off of the main street. has a connection point up to a little second floor study that I haven't done, but we have done the first floor, which is going to be housing all of the common question of the day books. As we fill out a book, I'm going to throw it up here on the wall, and I'm about to fill out the first one. I think I might honestly just throw it in here now because I don't know just need to find one. We're going to talk about that. But anyways, down here we have a little reading nook that you can hang out in as you want to and just kind of read some books and pass some time throughout the day. And the upstairs is that little section we were just looking at a moment ago. As we continue straight along here, that goes down into our main square area in front of the town hall, but this little side round just has some extra builds on here that are pretty cool. I just wanted to kind of finish off this row of buildings to hide the front face of the mountain. And we've got a cool little lookout of sorts right up here for somebody to kind of just live on the edge of the mountain and hanging out up here. They have that for just adding random details throughout. This is kind of meant to be a chapel of sorts, something really, really old. As you step down into here, there's an entrance to a crypt that eventually I hope to turn that into an actual door and have a way inside and be able to go explore around there. We need to still fix up that face of the mountain and actually finish up the tree and be able to round that out there because it's just a big flat face that I had to carve into to make space for things. I'm trying to keep moving forward on this tour as we're almost at the 20-minute mark already, but this building has a fully completed interior and I love it so much. The town hall has a bit of a story that it used to be a mansion or manor for some royal family that was then converted into a town hall. So we've got a really cool room and you have the contrast between the orange and like the cyan blues, which is just a meeting room now. Over on this side they took some of the other downstairs rooms and have like a front office here if you need to chat with anybody at the town hall. And then you have like extra little meeting rooms over here and you've got another one hidden right back in there just for extra places to fill out the smaller rooms that we have. That one leads into the garden itself going up above, and then back here we actually have a kitchen that they had kept in and still use for whoever's working here. They can kind of just throw food in the kitchen and use that when we get some food as they're going through the workday. We come up to the upstairs where we got this cool staircase that leads into that central area above our middle that has some supply closet in there. A lot of fun decorations, really trying to go for that contrasty acacia and worked with even here and the dark wrist green and I think that's cyan terracotta and all that. Changing up the feel as soon as you walk into this room. We've got what I originally was going to bring in as my bedroom, but I don't think I've ever used those beds. And I built a little tiny back office in here where we've got an extra, so I guess we need it right now. No, extra little storage as well as a closet right in there. The second floor has been kept mostly as the living quarters, so we got a bunch of beds in here for what would have been the kids' room previously, and then we have this room because when I was working on this video for this place was actually my 1000th video on YouTube, and honestly I just didn't know what to put in here, so we got a big old 1000 up there, so that's pretty cool. Then we go to display room with some beacons, some other skulls. We got another armor, diamond armor, and gold armor down here on the sides, and I just think it's really cool to see that at the end of the hallway here. So we can go out this back door, which leads into the gardens that I mentioned. There's a little place to sit here under a trellis and just kind of like, I don't know, I said this was for wine bottles or something, like little wine racks. You can sit out here, sip the day away, and just enjoy being in the garden where we have some really, really cool mountains. We've got a smaller version of the coral tree right over here that's kind of being grown. So they're being very careful about monitoring it and all that stuff. So here we've got just a bunch of trees and lush stuff and trying to break it all in and having this overhanging bit with our sandstone there just so it's not just green on green on green. I was really trying to hide the stone back there that I kind of did a quick terraforming job to hide it, but we're going to eventually be putting some stuff up on top of that because it's a really cool area for building. But we can look down here and you can see all of the shrubs and everything, little trees throughout the place, and another garden, like a little pond in here. Then loops back down here, we got some other storage, and that connects into where we get back into the main first floor of this place. Alrighty, this is a lot of talking. There's so much to get through. Let's continue down this street where we have like a twin building here. One was meant to be like a watchmaker, and the other one was meant to be like a tinkerer of sorts. So that's pretty cool. Over here we've got a school that does actually have a full interior to it. So we've got a classroom in there. We got a place for students to put their books and their bags and everything. And then up top we just got this extra little classroom and everything. The senior lounge for students or older students to hang out in. As we continue down this way, this is going to be a merchant guild building. Haven't done the interior, but it does connect across to this big old bell tower. or just actually a tower. It was originally going to be a bell tower, but I got rid of the bell and just turned it into a tower. So it's just a tower. I'm trying to add small little pockets and market stalls along everywhere, so this city just feels full of life as we're going, which is very, very fun. This is a post office where I added this small little place where a tarp with a line you drop the post off, where it's dry and won't get wet, then you can go into there and process and everything. Across the street we have another inn of sorts. See the beds, parking in, and all that stuff. I have a loose rule here where every inn that I build, if it's a major one, it is going to be connected to these stables, and then they're just using the top for extra rooms and everything like that. So we got a little stables built that's going to have daycare started in here for the base framing. And this way you can walk underneath, which will lead up to different roads eventually. And a small playground right here for behind the school building with a custom tree and a swing attached to it that I thought was pretty fun. But if we go back up just a little bit, there's this side street that I love this space so much. We've got a barber shop right here, which I think is pretty cool. And then we come up in this cool little market square, or not market square, just a little tucked away corner, I guess you could say. It's very decorated out, it's super colorful. Back there we have an alchemist of sorts, and you can see big potion beds on the top of the house, which are so very fun. So we just got those sticking out to really make it fully themed around being an apothecary of sorts. Right next to that, we've got an herbalist. So they have a garden just growing pretty much one of everything. One of every little thing that you might need to make some potions and all that stuff. So they kind of work together, and then randomly there's a barbershop here because I didn't know what else to put. But this leads us back down up to where we have the bakery there. This goes back down, back around into the main room. And just start a little shop in the garden here. We've got like roses, torch flowers, mushrooms, pitcher pods, all that stuff. And we have a cherry blossom that's kind of winding its way around that. Some sort of viney pink flowering plant and all this glowing stuff all over it too. I think it's pretty fun. Now for one of my favorite buildings in this entire world, recent addition here, is the color storage room. I mentioned having different storage rooms for everything in my world as I go. And this one here is to store everything colorful when it comes to concrete, glass, dyes, painters, all that stuff. Wool storage is back in where that big sheep factory was, and terracottas was stored somewhere else. You can see we've got all of our dyes over here. We've got all of our candles and everything kind of scattered around these spots. And I love this in here. It's so fun. I love the colors on this build. I was inspired by, I think Juno-E is the right name for that. For this really heavy contrast reds and blues in the middle. I think I turned out really good. So that was super fun to make. And down in the basement, I really tried playing with lighting to have some darker spots and then really draw your attention out to these other corners. So we have all of our concrete in here for every single type. We have a little place to get some water and burn powder in the concrete. And just a very, very decorated interior. I really love the feel of it. Then on the far side, we have our glass storage, which is an auto storage system. So I do have all of the hoppers primed with sorting mechanisms and everything. Right now, it doesn't go anywhere. But I do have a feed pipe coming in right back there that we'll connect into, that eventually this copper line, probably via water stream or something, is going to be ending up all the way over here to the outside. When eventually the autocrafter gets turned into here, I will turn this place into like a Dwarven-inspired district in the city to go off of the Dwarven village that I have, which I have in development for all the build dragons. But it's something called the automatic glass factory with our autocrafter, then that can produce any color I want, and then that's just going to auto store over here in this building, which I think could be really cool to link them together. Since this build is very out there on the colors and very different to everything else that we have in the city, I decided to attach a park to the back of it to build up a lot of greenery and kind of hide it a bit more so you really get that bam, cool color feel from the front of it, but it's a little bit more hidden from these sides so it doesn't stand out too much, and I think it was a really good idea. So we've got this little garden back here that eventually is going to link down that way, but we've got to fill in all of the space with more buildings. This is a massive project that has over 1,000 days alone in this world that have been dedicated just to working on this thing as we're going. So there's a lot to be exploring here. That's the upper city section that we've done, and now we can move down into a more industrial area where we can just jump off of the tower for now over here. I have an armory with, you might have guessed it already, all of the armor trims. Every single one one of them is stored inside of here. Underneath a diamond armor set, we've got all of the trims that they represent and any copies that I might have. We got silence back in there. We've got a few inside here as well with some types of interiors built out. Kind of hide those. As you can see, I kind of fall through my no second floor rule that I go with, so you can have a really immersive place to walk through as you're going. But then you're just kind of in a stand area where you might, as a player walking along the ground, see inside the windows and everything. So that kind of leads into this storage building here, which I did need a way to get out to here. I have a few more of our armor trims being displayed here, so I obviously need to build the interior to be able to get up to those. Then we have the last few up there, which was another place on the inside that you walk through. Going down this way, we've got another building right here with a small garden in the back, and inside it has all of the double flower farms. So if I ever need any of those for dyes, whatever, we can go get them here. Over on this side, I've got a lava farm where this is going to be a forge eventually there, just because we can see it, so I want to decorate it. But inside this door, because you can't see it too well, we've got a full lava farm. If I ever need to come get lava, I think I have 64 cauldrons in here, so we have all of that accessible whenever I might need that stuff. And yes, I do have fire tick off those rolls of lava. It doesn't require wood, so I'm here to decorate and build, and I want to be able to use those blocks next to each other. Going down this way, if you've seen my Empires Season 2 series, I built a whole goblin village called Gobland, and I love the build style and the color palette from it. So I did this building here as a tavern for an ode back to Goblin, as it does hold a dripstone farm. So I wanted to build that very inspired by the build palette that I used for the drip tavern back in Goblin. So we've got that. There's no upstairs interior to it quite yet, but we can move around the back here into this little alleyway that has the drip tavern, which is very much inspired by the interior I did in that place because I loved it so much. And then back here we actually do have a little pointed dripstone farm that is absolutely terrible, but if I ever need it, it's there. Oh, it just ran. Never mind, it's great. Look at that. Here, I'm actually supposed to be there, so I'll take it with me. That way will take us to another square, which we'll get to eventually, but right out over here, what we walked by was the back exit of the city. Eventually, this is going to We've got that built out, so we'll do a similar build over here. We've got a bit of a guard barracks right there connected into the wall, so they can kind of control and keep and manage all of that stuff and keep everybody safe in here. We've got another smaller inn of sorts. No stables attached to this one because we're in the older district of town, but we can head down this way here across that mountain stream where we have a really cool, just decorated place with a water building in the back. We've got some extra just market stalls and workshop areas, outdoor spaces, and that stuff along here, which are so fun. A blacksmith shop resting right along the waterway that I still need to build out a little bit more. And then we've got right over here a fish and chip shop, so you can come buy your fishies, get your potatoes, and you can just snack on some food right here out at a market stall little vendor. Right over this side, we got a workshop for a outdoor carpenter of sorts, where they're like working on a boat or something like that. With 3 buildings, we got a workshop building there, a little small studio back in there, and something that would be more of like a general store inside of that one. That loops down here to where I want to build a big crane here so you can hoist things up off of this lower dock more easily, so it's going to be something in there. This connects back into what actually is a functional farm with a very terrible interior that is marked by the mud out in front. So this is a old farm that I never really used as a way to convert dirt into mud. Even with an unenchanted diamond shovel, I can't get the rates right, and moving down to an iron one at that point, I'm like, I should just go out and farm a giant mangrove swamp if I actually need that much mud, because that's very slow to break it all. I guess it is kind of AFKable, but I really try to not AFK in this world. We've also got a little chicken coop right over here. We've got another outdoor forge area right over here, just workstations galore throughout to show people actually living in here and working in the space instead of just living inside of the buildings and nothing on the outside. We've got another dark room storage area down here that by all these smokers is making a bunch of dry kelp. I think it is very dry kelp. Let's see if we can grab some of this and start them smelting again. All of them are smelting again, which is great, and I just need to come back and add more fuel later on, but they queue up so much in there that they're pretty much always overflowing. Up above that onto it from far away, unfortunately, so that's a bit of a bummer. But overall, I like how it looks. Up here, we have a brick factory, which I think is so cool. So we've got a bunch of these big brick kilns with all of the smoke coming up the top. You can see bricks that are drying out here. On the inside, we've got some that are like I use copper, raw copper as a unsmelted brick or brick in the process of being smelted. We've got a bunch of fuel storage back here with our coal and our blackstone to kind of mark that. We've got a pottery storage place here where they're making a bunch of these big old pots and kind of working on them, all different various shapes and sizes. And then to make this place actually functional, we have a dirt. No, door, please, thank you. We have a dirt to mud to clay converter right here so that we can get all of that set up if we ever want it. It's full right now, as you can see, so our stuff is clay as I want and go drop it down in the storage room. But I don't use clay too much, so I just kind of leave it there unless I absolutely need it. It's a block that I want to use more of, but I just haven't really found great ways to do that yet. Back down here, though, on our main street, in this covered in... I had so many problems with grass growing over spaces. I swear I fixed this, but I guess not. Yeah, we have this back little way to the Mountain Street again, where we got a little garden space in there. We've got the back bar here. And we can move ourselves over to the far side, where that workstation I was talking about, I think is a pretty fun one. We've got the backside of the inn there. And I added these walls in recently to stop vines from growing, and I think it turned out pretty cool. I like how it looks. Along this background, this is kind of just another generic building. It doesn't really have a purpose yet. We've got another very, very old one right here that doesn't really have a whole purpose. But this water mill right here, because it was kind of a one-off one, I wanted to give it a reason to exist. So I turned it into a hanging fruits, as well as a blueberry farm right in there. So I can flick those and they just keep getting bone mealed. And that rooted dirt block up there will get bone mealed, which creates those, and then I can see in here and just hold right click on that guy, hold left click with shears on that guy and get a bunch of those, which is very nice to have a bunch of them. And we can kind of come back down and connect into this section, where if we move forward over here, you can see back to where our city gate is on the far side, and we have the barracks and all that. This red building right here is very, very fun because it's a bamboo bookstore. So you can come inside, you can get some your drinks, you can look at all of the books, you can sit down and read and all that cool stuff. And then down below, as is the bamboo's name, we have ourselves a bamboo farm that is producing so much bamboo, and you can see it all down in there, and I'm sure it is broken as per usual. So that just kind of hangs out down there, and if I ever need to harvest it or get more bamboo, I unfortunately need to go fix it a bunch of flying machine powered one, and they tend to break themselves. Up here in our main square for this region, we've got a big old second manor that's kind of the town hall for this lower section that is covering underneath it. I don't know if you can see it from over here. I believe you can. Kind of. Right there, we've got a mangrove tree. I try to not auto farm trees, but I find mangrove trees as well as the nether trees so tedious to chop that I actually don't use them. So to go around that and make myself actually want to use them, I put auto farms for those. But as far as the other tree types, like our dark oak, our oak, and our acacias, our spruce, and all those, I don't auto farm those because I'm willing to go out and do it, and I really want my stats page to look absolutely insane instead of just AFK auto farm time. That's just not how I like playing the game. We got that in there. We got space for a future expansion back here, kind of building into an archway that'll connect into some things. We got like a mechanics shop right in here, Mary's Mechanics, and then as to my friend Mythical Sausage, we got Mythland Meats right in there that we need to turn into a little butcher shop. And then my favorite place in this whole region is we have the Foliage Market, where I'm storing every single type of plant in the game. So we've got storage rooms for all of them, full separate barrels and everything. We've got our flowers right over here as we might need them, just as a way to live in the world and keep exploring. I got all that over here. We got all the bees on that one, the saplings right over there. And it just looks so fun. We've got nether stuff right up in here that we might need as we're going, and then right down here we got ferns and tall grass and dead bushes, and the nether mushrooms and all those and whatnot, and all that stuff is right back in here. This building right here kind of connects into that one. I want to turn into a cookie shop on the first floor because the upstairs is a cocoa bean farm, so if I ever need brown dye, I can come in there and get a bunch of it. And this leads to another city exit point right there, so you kind of moment. We got wagon storage right there to store a lot of the functional factory elements in the space, as this guy right here is a giant copper factory. So idea is that you can come in here, past the security guard, and all of the raw copper gets delivered into this building, where it is unloaded, put on this conveyor belt, moved over to here, and loaded onto a smaller wagon that's going to take it farther into this place. So it's kind of processed from the ores into blocks of copper, as that can then be put back here, where it's stockpiled and ready to go to be thrown into these giant furnaces that are going to be smelting all of our copper down. I've added a few little machinery elements to this world, so you'll see a few of them around, because I want to say that the people living in the city are welcoming of all technologies and the natural races. This is very much like a medieval fantasy world, so like I mentioned dwarves in the past, all of those races you can think of definitely existed here, and I'm kind of going up, they all exist in harmony, so maybe they got some cool technology to power the factories for the city. So we got these big old technical silos in here. And then after that copper is smelted down and everything turned into that, it is then transported over to here, where it is loaded as cut copper onto the different carts to be sent out into the city to whoever purchased it. They can get all of their copper. Now, as the functional element for that, we can come through here, come down this way, and go down a few flights of stairs. And it will lead us to here, where I can age down 4 stacks of copper and get all of our final stage. So if I ever need a lot of this, I can come down here and just harvest all of it, and then replace it with our regular copper blocks as we're moving, and that just kind of helps me keep building and keep working on things, since it's kind of a pain to wait for copper to age sometimes, so we got a whole room dedicated to it. Now if we go forward outside this back city gate, this very, very small one that leads into a quarry that was built as a late addition because they needed a lot of snow to build the city. Obviously it's very much built out of snow and brick and all that stuff, so they had to dig out this massive quarry. And well, they wanted a quicker way than going all the way around to get into the city, so they kind of cut out this channel here. Well, I exploded with TNT and built that out there myself. We've got the main original exit from the quarry going up there, but because it's a smaller pathway, that's not really a great place that you can attack. So they don't need a massive defendable position there. And if anybody were to be coming up that little pathway, they're kind of sitting down since there's not too many places to hide. But the cool part about quarry, not only that we had to dig the entire thing out and get a bunch of stone in the process, but it holds yet another storage room for us. Right inside of this building, we've got our stone storage rooms. We got stone and stone brick, we got all of our cobblestones, we got all of our deep slates, we got all of our nether bricks and things right back in here. Look at all that netherrack, look at all of that obsidian we have, and that just kind of keeps going into our endstone there. We got tough and brimstone, we've got our iron and andesite, we got our granite, our brick, and all of our terracottas are stored over in here. Look how much orange terracotta I have. It's so much, I don't know what to do with all of it, but it's everywhere. And that connects us, if we follow out this way of the quarry, back almost to our starter base, which I love. Starter base is that tower right up there, which we'll get to in a moment. But another close to spawn point here is I built out this really cool vineyard here with all of our sweet berries. And then this is a sweet berry farm or a sweet berry vineyard. So we got a cool little outdoor tasting area, work area, all that stuff. And inside here we have a few foxes that are just working in a sweet berry farm that I really like. I think it's fun to have this, and they produce so much that every single one of these barrels is full, and constantly full, and so I had to add a little fire system to destroy the overflow because it's creating so much lag. But we do have an extra box of these snoozles up here to stay now. I am. Yeah, you're not supposed to be on top of the pipes, but that's okay. It's got a little bit of a steampunky element on this side, which I really like. I want to keep doing more of that in this role. I just need to find excuses and reasons to do it. So we'll get there. Back here we have the first 2 sniffers that we ever got in this role. I've kept them here. They're just kind of hanging. Well, they're still good. Good. I was a little worried that one of you was missing. I don't know whatever could have happened to you, and it's a nice little pen that you can't get out of. But more importantly, up here we have the first castle that I've ever built inside this world. I built this on episode 3. We've been way out of order on so many things here, but that's A-okay with me, as we've got this really cool castle. Oh, let me forget, we gotta look at that thing, and that thing as we get out of here. We'll explore these 2 and then go back. Leading up to the castle along the road here, when I started this world, a lot of my other friends were starting in hardcore worlds too, so I kind of kept track of those who had died in their hardcore world, and I've just added gravestones as they went. I didn't really carry along with that, but it's kind of funny to see that little small place there, and then we have a small castle right over here. And now the castle has the purpose of being the map room. Recently expanded or reworked on it. Originally it was just one of the holes in here of every few episodes I was building out a new map, so you can kind of see us walking through here as all of the different ones I developed. So we started episode 3 right before I built the castle. That's when I took the first map, so you can see my starter base and starter buying right over there, my little tree chopping area. That start of the city was a village, and then we came up here in episode 12. You can see Lake Town starting, a lot of those beginning elements and all that cool stuff. The castle's on there. Episode 15 was a pretty big change. We built the world tree, so the first rendition of it, so I wanted to add that in there. And you can see the raid farm originally being up there, and the gas farm output right in there. And then we get to 25, which adds a bunch more stuff at the start of the city, and just a lot of different elements throughout coming together, which is so fun to see it all. Leading us into this main chamber here that I love so very much that I recently built, I wanted to get a bunch of fish tanks. So we have fish tanks in the corners because I didn't really know what to put there. Still working on the floor. And then up above, I was like, what if we had big fish? So I think right now, there should be right now inside a tank on the ceiling. I want to do another guardian, but I want to keep expanding this so we can't get money fatigue in here. Otherwise, I'd never be able to work again. Episode 32, we added this map here that started the lower city section, and then a lot more stuff in the custom terrain over there began. Then we get episode 37, and then after that I got a little smarter about when I was doing the episodes. But you see I've been slowly expanding the map and making it larger and adding extra ones. And then this year I believe is the final expansion that I made. This is the max size. I'm going to keep this map back because it takes me more sitting over and I have to update it every single time. We want to get every single one of them and get all the different spaces. So yeah, this is the max size, and we'll create different maps elsewhere in the world if we want those. You can see these over here, and the most recent one that I literally just took before recording this here is at episode 60, which is so very fun to see everything coming together. You can see the massive expansion of the world tree canopy with all of the new leaves compared to the earlier one, and that big city starting to come together. Almost out the two rounds of running, which is so fun. And the castle and all that now appears on the map once we stretched it out. The flower village, which we'll get to soon. And oh my gosh, we've been here for an hour. Right, let's go out the secret exit right over to here, to where we can get back to my starter base. And this guy right over here along this pathway takes us past the little lumber chopping area where a bunch of trees are chopped down. And that takes us into the lumber room studio, which I mentioned probably like 40-50 minutes ago. But here you can see it working. It was a full auto system up above, but the way the redstone works on the outside of the building, I had to make a one wide elevator to get it all up there. And it was interfering with the redstone of this. Unfortunately, it doesn't work, so I just manually put all the logs in here now, but got a good amount of stuff. And then all of the crafted versions of it will come over into here, and then expand for bamboo and cherry. They have together on those slots right over there, unfortunately. But look at that view with everything loaded in as we walk out of here. That is a special view to me. I love this so much. There's a mythical sausage's balloon from when he died. But coming back here, I should somewhere. I'm just gonna get a new ender chest. I don't know what happened to mine, and thankfully I have a lot of stuff in this pool, so we can just craft a new one right there. And there we go. I got my travel ender chest. And okay, to link the last few things together, we got this building here, which you might be able to guess by the outside is a sugarcane farm. I recently did decorate it on the live stream, so yeah, I know it was here for like 5,800 days probably. Nah, probably 6,100 without any decoration, and just these rough farms. But now they're decorated and they work pretty well. I kind of clear them out quite often for rockets, but they need to come back soon. So I'll grab more of the space here. The other one though, this building right here, you can see this little bit of water coming outside. I don't use this system too much anymore because I actually showed the boxes, but early game it was great because this is my mine. So everything I mined, if I put in a water elevator system, which I can show you, so we can take this minecart down because minecarts and mines are cool instead of just a random staircase. But it stops at every single optimal level to mine certain types of ore. So I believe this is the level for coal, unless you're in a mountain biome or it's copper. But every single level has one of these systems here, and a water drop that goes all the way down into the deep slate or into bedrock, actually below the deep slate. So if you put something in here, it'll send it all the way to the top into those chests. Then you can take this, click forward, and then you can send stuff together, and we can head on out of here now, so we don't need to explore the mines too much. But I've been trying to keep all of my mining in one region. For the most part, if I am doing anything, so that I can kind of see everywhere that I've cleared out as we're going, just because I think it's kind of cool. There are a few farms in this world, like spider farms and everything, that I'm purposely not really stopping at, as I don't need to check out all those things. I think I've only seen a spider farm before, so instead I can spend the time showing you cool builds and stuff that I've made of how we're making this world unique compared to other ones. So I'm focusing on that a little bit more here. Let's get the bow out and put just be sun and head back home and take a little snooze. You told me touring around this world was going to take more than 10 Minecraft days. I was going to say you're crazy. That's honestly never going to happen. But we can head down here finally into the Nether. No, we missed other things. We missed a lot. We actually skipped a lot of stuff. We're going back this way. That is the way to the Nether, though. First off, we're going to go over here, and then we can get to the Nether in a moment. From a different town that I made here, the custom merge force I was talking about, all that stuff. Yeah, we never really walked through it. So here you go. You can see what the custom merge force looks like. As we're going through this little place, it's got a cool road leading through. We got a little naturalist hut, who somebody might be living out here in the middle of the forest. Then we got a little hunter's cabin here with some little dogos hanging out in front of it. All that good stuff. Mostly it's just some ways to have extra additions into it. But we're coming back towards the gas farm monument, which is hidden inside the big old rock over there that people say looks like a capybara or a whale when you're looking at that way at it. Yeah, so that's there. And then we have this little farmland region, so I wanted to add another little house and structure in here to mark it. And then we finished the forest off here. The rest of it, again, has that natural sightline division that I mentioned a while ago. This is one that I want to keep expanding on a lot coming here in the near future, as it's going to kind of tie into the custom terrain that we're working on all the way over there. But here we had a village nestled into a flower forest, hence all of the giant fields of tulips around us. Every single one of those houses over there is actually a fully automatic tulip farm for all of the different colors of tulips, which is very, very fun. And then I decided to build a custom village to go along with it, just to have some extra details. Inside here, I want to get a shepherd just hanging out, and all of the villagers decided to come over. And we have just some sheep hanging out in here too, which is pretty fun. I just kind of let them all do their own thing at this point. Inside of this little hole inside the mountain, I do have the nether tree farm that I talked about, and we just got a little storage bin behind those blocks that I can hide in there. I tried it on AFK, but for that I'll let myself AFK for like 15-20 minutes and get all the materials and then keep on moving from there. Over this way, I mentioned that I have a giant auto sheep farm for a single type, and we've got that right in here, which I think is like right now. Currently, it's only running in the area, which is going to be great because we're going to use a lot of light gray wool on this mountain range itself. And then the most important feature right over here is the horse racetrack. I wanted to experiment with getting the fastest possible horse in Minecraft. So we hooked up some villagers right over there with golden carrot grades, and then these are quite literally the fastest possible horses you can get in this game. Some of them have absolutely insane jumping capabilities too, but yeah, every single one in there is fully maxed out. All of the rejects are right over here. So we've got this whole racetrack system built out here where you can start here, you can turn a light on and run all the way down to the end, and it gives you a timer for how well that you did. So that should turn it off, and then it just kind of goes back here. It's not the most accurate thing in the game, as there's a lot better ways to do it. So you can see that was a 16 dirt horse out of a small stackener. Be able to get down there, so you can kind of vary the speeds between them there. And then we got a whole little jumping system here where this guy can go 4 blocks pretty easily, and then you can use snow layers to get yourself down a little bit further. It's like a 4 spaces, but the build itself looks pretty cool from the outside. And this is mostly just a backdrop here of I wanted the custom village, and we did lose one villager during the process. Thankfully, we didn't have big war graves. But here we have all of our tulip fields and farms, and they're all inside these places. So we can like it on, and this one produces from the other side. Very loudly, we're using reviews, so you can feel those coming here. These as previously. Because previously the villagers couldn't do it, but then right out here that actually got a custom boat because I wanted to have snow as you're traveling along the road to be able to see interesting things as you go. So when you're going along there, you couldn't really see anything. So I was like, alright, well, I'm going here. Oh, fine. So now one of them. Now let's connect here. We're going to more villagers and we're going to build on the village. Even as a village here, farm is out of bone meal, so it doesn't work right now. I ran it for too long and it ran out, and I need to go restock it, but I just haven't bothered with that yet. So it's got multiple layers in it. One layer so far, then we go way down here, then this goes all the way up there. The other side originally would have went out into that far river, but I decided to just bring this in and save myself some time and effort, and then also the statues here relatively limited. So what we really need to do is just need to they said, cool, let's build them a sanctuary full of cactus that looks so cool that the camels will love. Camels also die to cactus. And camels have this weird thing with their AIs, now they just live in here. They just walk over here and sit down. If you try to take the damage, they're not going to get up. They're like me. And they're just like, yeah, they're just going to sit here. They're just going to sit here and suffer. Do that. And they do that. No, they don't. So now our camel sanctuary camels live in here. Similar version of it here, so you can kind of just like walk in, take a little bath, walk out the far side, and it's super cool. But yeah, all of the villagers in here seem to really love hanging out right there. They are always hanging out here because they can't for some reason get out of the water. So we've got a lot of trade boats coming in as this is very much a harbor close to the city. And they've got more available fishing boats here, so they can go out as they need. This is just for those using to work in the area. We've got it there. Enjoying this, but we got a little cool row house building here. We've got some more builds right out over here, just little structures and things. This is like a tapestry place or sail maker, I can't remember which one of the two. Everything that you can need in the village is all here, ready to go. And we've got this cool little highly detailed market along the back for like a bunch of fishmongers to sell their food that they have to everybody else. It's all really fun. I love this place. I can't wait back there and tell some more. That's definitely a market. Over here though, we got this big old market into I think it's so fun into a city. frustrating, and I think it took me like 30 hours of axolotl breeding to get that thing, and apparently I was lucky. Apparently I need to get that off my chest too. But yeah, this is New Empire. Super fun, absolutely love it. And where we can go from here is one more trip to the overworld before we hit the nether, because we are almost done with our overworld dimension build. We head out this way. Got one other raid farm. Very well. Two, we got ourselves back and actually put the time in. Okay, wings are almost repaired. That's probably good enough. We actually have an original little bartering farm hidden like right back in there somewhere. You'll probably see some stained glass for it. Yeah, those guys right there. My original access point into the nether, I think it was one of the portals right up in here. No, it's right up here. Somewhere around here is where we started the nether, and we was very badly, and prevent. tridents and fishing rods, rod and flesh, copper all the way back here. And so I have two storage systems just to spread out the load a little bit because so much comes through here. Look at all these tridents. This is Java. That's insane. You get that many. Yeah, now you can see them up here. They're already dying to entity creeping. So you just come in here, kill as much as you can, and loot and create a lot. I think there's a lot of rates but I thought this was really cool to build one and just do something unique that you don't see everybody do. Another, in the end, more of this, be sure to let me know down in the comments. Right, back at World Spawn. Almost to 2 hours of recording. How my computer is still doing this, I don't know. I'm a little worried it's gonna get corrupted, but hopefully it doesn't. You actually see this video, still gets corrupted. I'm not re-recording it. Back over here, though, we have that castle with the map room in it and everything that if people visit this time, headed down to the Silver Grave Cave. Yeah, you probably missed that by now. Start all the way over here. There, we get a view of our core. And we got that one right there. We have a whole background network to where they come here, they stop, I've locked in their job, we send them on this way, they learn how to be a good member of society from Undead Sausage right there, and then they come up to here where we have holding cells. Once they've been undeadified, I only cure them once because I don't see the point in doing it multiple times. I'm kind of limiting that role, so just makes it a little more fun. Drop 4 in here, we drop 4 over there. If I were to do this again, I would flip this to the minecart track, outside, and then the holding cells will drop in the middle. Right now, I have marked with a chiseled block, they can actually trade glass. So you buy all the glass, come over here, convert it into glass panes, then you trade it with these guys, and you actually net positive on your emeralds. So this book goes all the way around here, so I have every enchanted book that I can use / need in the world. Got them all here ready to go. You can see this little setup here for like, let's go farther up, build out here like that, and then this continues all the way up further and further, and then over here, and then here, and the whole piece of Minecraft packs and everything. And worked out pretty well enough. I think it's one of the, I really like the super so I did that to get out of here. I have remade the entrance to make it a little bit larger than it originally was, as I kept hitting my head on it. And I was getting yelled at a lot of the comments saying, hey, you should probably do this and not die going to trade with your villagers. And I was like, yep, you're probably right. That's a smart idea. So now it's slightly larger, but I definitely still hit my head right about there every single time. There we have it. 6,424 days in this hardcore Minecraft. We have done so much. There's so many things to do. I can't believe it took almost 2 hours to get through this entire thing. Also, very much kills, 55.1 days of playtime, which is nuts. I've held the crouch button for 8.59 days. I've opened up 124,000 silver boxes. I could just go through all of that and show it to y'all, but we're officially at 2 hours of recording here. I don't know how much more I ran through, so thank you all for watching. I know I'll be in the next days to run stuff and all that. Please like, subscribe, if you haven't already, if you're following us for the first time. Check out my name, channel, just so my name is definitely all that.
place to fish and also park up your boat whenever you need to. Now, I'm not really allowed to mention these ones on YouTube as I might get in trouble, so if you want these next 4 designs to make sense, then I'd recommend going to the description and clicking on the Legal Farms one. But you probably get what I'm hinting at. I'm just going to use some technical terms to describe these ones, okay? So this first one is a hobby farm. And you won't know what hobbies make, but yeah. And so yeah, this one consists of rows of hobbies with a nice kind of pathway that leads all the way to the back here as well, which section and then the back of a nice storage box. It's got a really cool mirror as well. There's a big redstone and looks with all the leaves. It just looks so lush and nice walking through this. Next, taking a look at the desert biome bridge. As you can see, this one's a lot taller than the forest biome one, and of course you can make this as tall as you want, just shrink the lengths as far as you want to go. And as you can see, we've also got some nice jungle wood accents on our entire actual sandstone bridge, and I feel like the jungle wood matches the desert kind of vibe really well. Washed out colour, and I feel like it just suits the sandstone areas as well. Next, onto the jungle biome bridge, and as you can see, this one's kind of like a suspension bridge on both of the sides. Next villages as well, just to keep it looking interesting. Obviously, this wouldn't be like a fully automatic farm. You'd have to set that up, which I have no idea how to do, but I probably should figure it out, as that would make a good tutorial video. Next up, it's onto the indoor farming method, and this one is just ripped straight from my Ultimate Underground base. But taking a look on this side of the house here, as you can see, we just have brewing over there. So yeah, we've got 2 separated crop fields on either side. And then you've cool starter base idea. As you can see, we have a pretty decorated campfire here with a cauldron above it that you'd obviously use to cook in. We've got some nice seats around the place as well. We've got a log pile, an ore pile, and also a storage pile over here. Then we've got a couple of little tents around the place as well. We've got a bed in here, some storage and crafting and smelting. We've got pretty much the same thing over here as well. Then back here we have a nice horse stable section, and we've also got a cart design over here as well. That's the first one being a hotel, and this would pretty much just be a if you don't want to see another one. But this one's pretty cool. We obviously have the main dock here that leads over this way where you can fish from. Then over here we also have our docking area for our boat. We've got a bunch of aesthetic details around the place. We've got like a little crane design. We've got a boat underneath here and some barrels and chests tucked away underneath here as well. And then over here we obviously have our kind of main building area. Over here would be like kind of the shop front. And we can head inside and take a look at the interior. We've got some forwards between both sides and collects all of the harvested sugarcane and deposits it into this chest here. As you can see, we've also got some bamboo in here because I was testing. It actually does work with bamboo as well, which is pretty cool. And yeah, so similar to the Super Sponsor design, it is basically just a basic sugarcane farm design, and it's been encased in a pretty cool looking build. This was made quite a while ago, so it is a little bit over detailed in my opinion. Like, there is way too many was just a random build idea that I came up with one time, especially with the complementary shaders nighttime. It looks really nice. If you want your night to look like this, be sure to check out the video at the top right here. But yeah, back to the build. We've got like a tunnel kind of shaped farm design, and then on the walls we've got our crop farms. We've got some tables as well with some pot plants, and yeah, and then in the middle here we've got a table with a whole bunch of different flowers, and then back here we've got kind of some grasses. much just acacia wood and also prismarine slabs and stairs at the top and on the sides here. And maybe if you're creating like a Japanese village or something, this would be a really nice entrance kind of design for it. For the next Japanese idea, we have a little mini sand garden. So as you can see on this side here, we have our sand section with a bunch of stones as well. And then on the other side, we have our little bamboo forest, and we also have a
fine terracotta and some composters for like a little trim on the wall here, and we have this very nice look, which looks completely different from the outside. But we have to compromise on interior space. As you can see, it's a little cramped in here because of that. Now, let's say I wanted to combine both of these. I wanted to have extruding pillars and a different interior. same, but once you understand the fundamentals, you guys should be good to go. And then eventually you guys can create some very unique color palettes that most people never even attempt to use. So I came up with both of these on the fly just for the purposes of this video, and as you can see, they both look great. Now let's quickly talk about texture, since this also has to do with color as well. As you can see, my first floor, my second floor, we have texture. We use blocks of a similar color palette, right? So you can see these are both variants of tuff, and granite is like a lighter shade of the bricks. They look very well together. Now, as you can see, we have a wall here. This is simply one block, just all stone bricks. There's no texturing here. Here we have stone bricks textured with regular stone. This is 2 blocks worth of texture. And here you can see we have 3 blocks worth of animals on the side. And here you can see we have 4 blocks. We added some cobblestone as well. So we have 4 blocks here. And as you can see, adds a lot more visual interest to our walls, our exterior. And of course, you don't have to go with 4 blocks. You can go for anywhere from 2 to 4 or even to 5, depending on the size of your build. Adding texturing to some of your builds can add some great variety. As you can see, I didn't add texture on the top floor there. It's a little plain. Sometimes you want to go for it, but adding texture can add that, that worn down kind of look to your build. And then, last but not least, you can also add gradients. But I recommend only using gradients for larger builds because gradients look best from afar. So as you can see, when I get really close, it looks kind of goofy, and it looks okay, but it looks kind of goofy right when you get really close to the build. So from far away, you can see nice blend of colors. You can use gradients for small builds, but just don't go for extremes like going from deep slate tiles to diorite. Not my style personally, but if you like it, go for it. Roof design. Adding a roof to your house can be kind of annoying, very tedious, but arguably is one of the most important parts of building your house. So here we have the most basic style of roof. Stairs going up, alternating until they get to a peak, and then going right back down. And keep in mind, guys, when building the frame of your house, try to go for odd numbers. You can go for even, it's possible, but generally speaking, I always go for odds. Next up, we have a slab roof. Basic slabs going up, and you can see just the difference alone between these two. Completely different look. Let's say we want an even more aggressive angle to our roof. That's where we bring in full blocks. So stair, upside down stair, full block, stair, upside down stair, until we of course get to all the way up there. And of course, this can even go higher if you simply add some of these. You can go as pretty much as high as you want. Up to there, it's totally up to you. But as you can see, this is more like a fantasy style, medieval style of roof. Now, let's apply stairs and slabs together. So if we apply those together, we get this. So stairs, upside down stair, and eventually we get into slabs. And what that does is we have a line going up, and then the roof eventually curves at the top, like a nice circular curve at the top. And this, I find, is great for farm-style builds, maybe barns, maybe some cottages. Gives a nice, soft, kind of cozy look to your build. And then, in the opposite, we get this. Roofs go in slabs. They go, obviously, into the stairs, and we get a nice, like, curve going up, just like that. And I find this is also pretty good for medieval style or fantasy style. It just has a lot shorter of a roof height compared to this one here. When it comes to the top parts, you can even customize it to make it your own. Add like little peaks like this. Like this looks very Nordic or even Viking. Just by adding like peaks up here. As you can see, I just have stairs, upside stair, and 2 more stairs on each side. So another style of roof is hard stone building roof, which this can be great for like blacksmith or stonemason buildings or even like churches. Kind of a style where you have stairs placed on top of your wall instead of a block out of your wall, right? It makes you right on top. And then on the outside, you have full blocks next to your stairs. And then on the end here, you can add either wall blocks or fence blocks or chain iron bars or whatever you guys want. This unit could be great for some parts of a castle. It can look very nice instead of like medieval roofs. Now moving forward, we have another type of roof, which is more of like the colonial style, I would say, like more even like haunted house kind of style. Roof within this like a tower, you know, on top of like a haunted house, and kind of start off with slabs into a block, into a stair, block, stair, stair, and then, you know, just add different varying heights. You guys can kind of experiment with this. You have so many other styles going from Japanese to desert hills to like water to even castles. So just experiment, use reference images, guys. And not just Minecraft, use both. Find images online that you see in real life and try to emulate the different worlds that you want to encounter. So now, let's talk about roof trim. So as you can see here, we have two identical roofs, but one has a trim and one does not. So on the left here, you can see we have no trim on our roof, we just have spruce stairs. On the right, we have the same roof, but instead we use deep slate tile stairs to kind of trim out the roof here. And it just makes the overall build look a little bit more upscale, a little bit more fancy, more higher. And keep in mind what we learned about color theory to figure out what you even want to use as a trim. But just experiment, guys. You'll figure out the exact blocks that you would like to use. Now, let's talk about our peak line. Our peak line going to be the very top here, as you can see. We have it in our trim. This is just simply slabs, which is fine. You can have it like that. Or you can mix it up. Let's say use stair blocks. When we have stair blocks going through, it looks a lot more rigid, it looks a lot more fortified and sturdy. We can even alternate it every other block, right? So we have slab, stair, slab, stair, and then we get this kind of look. And you can even go for like some extremes, like, you know, you can have like wall blocks, and here I use wall, and then a triple space in between to add our fence gable right here. And then I did that kind of twice, and it adds like a nice little peak to our roof. You can have chains or lightning rods on top. And I also want to emphasize breaking up your roofs so they don't look boring. For example, if we look at any of these roofs here, it's kind of boring, right? It's just very simple, very plain, just roofs going across. There's like not much going on here, right? That's where we introduce dormers. So as you can see here, we have the same exact roof. But here I added a dormer. There's different styles that you can use. So this first style, the dormer is attached to our roof trim, as you can see. So our roof trim would regularly be like this. And instead, we have it curving into another section of our roof here. And then we simply brought up our wall, our build, a little bit higher into the roof. And this breaks up this boring, plain Jane roof very nicely. It breaks it up and adds a lot of interest, makes the build look a lot nicer. If we were to have a second floor here, this creates a lot of room. So the next style of dormer that we have is a very like subtle style, as you can see. All we did was curved out these stairs, and then we put a slab right on top here, and then a little trapdoor on the inside to act as like a little door. These barely add any space on the inside, but as you can see, they kind of break up the roof very nicely. They're very easy to make, which is like a nice way to add some visual interest to like a boring, plain Jane. And then we have an in-between of kind of both of these styles here, where we are not touching the trim of our roof. We're not reshaping it, right? This all stays within the spruce, and it's still a lot larger as well. So this creates some additional space on the interior, but not too much, right? But as you can see, it doesn't mess with our trim at all. It's all integrated very nicely with the spruce. We just kind of curve these stairs out, and then we added a simple upside down stair, regular upside down, and then slab on top to connect. This all creates a very nice looking dormer. And if you've noticed about all of these dormers is none of them connect up to our peak line of our roof. As you can see, they all are at least one block below. These slabs are one block below, these are one block below, and even this one, our largest one, is still one block below. And there's a reason for that. The reason is when you have very roof heights like this, for example, it adds a lot more visual interest to your build. Amenities. Amenities are anything that you would like to add on to the base structure of your house. So as you can see here, with all the rules that we have previously learned, I have built a nice little frame. So what are some examples of amenities? Entryways, stables, a chimney, a balcony, you name it, possibility for animals. So here, you guys can see the same exact structure that we have. Then I marked out some areas on the exterior which are going to become amenities. So right here in the yellow, this could be a nice little entryway into our house. In the green, we can have a nice little garden bed maybe in the front. In the blue here, we can add an exterior staircase going to the second floor with a wide entrance below. Here can be a chimney going all the way to the back wall of our house. Here can even be like a little extension bed tower going up to the top of our house. And in the red here, we can probably add some stables. So let's see what the house would look like after adding all these in. And as you can see, I added in all the amenities that I listed over there. And this is the final result of the house. So, in the yellow, we have our entryway. Here's the garden bed that I came up with, kind of a unique design there. And we come around here, we have a nice staircase going up to the second floor, adding in a nice side entrance to our house. And then below, we kind of repurposed this staircase to be like a little wide entrance. This obviously go down into a mine. Then come around the back. We have our chimney. Goes all the way up to the top. We extended the house a bit with this little attachment. Go all the way up to the top. And with that, we combined the balcony going from there to here. That's that little space going around our chimney. And I also decided to have a little area down here that's crafting with blocks by our chimney. We added a nice little farm here at the back. We can have quick and easy access to some crops. And then last up, we added a nice little stable area here. And as you can see, we took our very plain Jane looking foundation into a nice, beautiful house full of amenities, which are both aesthetic and even functional. Like our stables, like a farm, like a little crafting area down here when you're outside, and to a mine entrance, and even a side entrance. Most of these are actually very functional. Another important aspect that I want you guys to pay attention to is how everything that I marked out here is within the frame of our pillars. Never am I extruding outside magical pillars, especially if I'll be adding a roof to some of these. Let's say I have this imaginary little thing here. Actually, kind of weird, but I'm going to line up with the pillars properly. These are just some of the amenities that I listed. Of course, there are so many options out there, guys, and this is where I want you guys to be creative. Window. But the reason why I have windows coming after amenities is because once we have defined where our exterior amenities are going to go, we can then define where our windows will go to kind of play around our exterior people. Now, from the outside, a window here can look okay, but once you go on the inside, I would definitely avoid for the interior to have windows on the corner or like right alongside of a wall. This looks weird, just looks strange. They had a window right in the center like this, looks a lot better. Now, not every wall needs to have a window. For example, here, I have a wall full of furnaces. And as you can see, there's no place to put my window at all on this back wall. So this is the beauty of defining where your amenities are going to be first. Because now, for example, let's say I want to put a chimney back here. Well, this is the perfect spot because I don't need to have windows back here. So this wall would be a great place for the exterior to have some sort of amenity or detail, right? So now let's talk about what we can even use as windows. So as you can see here, we have kind of like a floor window, nice grand window here. We have a mix of glass panes with glass blocks and panes again. It's going to add some nice depth to our window. You can even use fences as a window for a more medieval, kind of old school look. It's possible to even use scaffolding like this, frames out the area very nicely. You can even use hollow trapdoors like this. You can use iron bars. It's possible to even use stair blocks or slabs to create little slits like this. I find this even best with stone walls like this. And sometimes your windows can be completely open like this to create a very this a step further, we can have a glass window that's a completely unique shape.